And we are live. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I was like, this is not a video.
Welcome back.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Dem's here. Dem was here. Dem's going to be late. So Dem was here and then Dem left again. Dem's name's also back to Dem. They changed their name to like get Molly to 3K or something for sprints yesterday. I was like, who the hell am I talking to?
Were you there for the sprints the other day where Jade was trying to scare people and they were doing like weird, they were talking about like feet for ages and it really upset Molly. And I was just like, I'm going to log off now and go to sleep because this is too much for me emotionally.
Because I think Steph was still reading, so they started whispering and it became like ASMR and I was like, this is too much because Molly had her little hands and was like, no, thank you.
They're quite high intensity.
Chronic fatigue nap, we love those. Listen, you can read, you can veg out, you can eat cake.
Just snack. Just snack. It's fine.
As long as you're here. I mean, you don't have to be here either. I'm not going to dictate to you in your time.
I'm really enjoying, that one. I'm in class, possibly.
Katie, I will get the rats out for you at some point. They're currently all in bed. My mum was here earlier and Sneak, she apparently Sneak bit her and I was like, Sneak has never bit in her life. But she had her finger like that and I was like, you've basically implied that there is food on your finger because that's like this sort of
the signal.
Yeah, like if I have a liquid treat, that's how I hold my hand out. So she's probably been like, fuck you, there's nothing there.
I do this is cat treat.
Yeah. Hello, Jamie. I'm trying to do like 3 things at once. Oh,
which are you going to prioritize? Are you going to greet people or are you going to shove more cake in your face? I would vote cake in your face.
Yeah. Hello. That was great. I think that's in reference to the Little Hands ASMR or the scaring people with the feet conversation.
Any of those.
This is just my constant pinned comment. Yay, rats!
Yay, rats!
If I ever make merch, we're having that.
That's fair.
No. Have you decided what you're reading?
No, because Twitter said one thing and Instagram said another thing. So, and I need to start both of them. So I don't know. I will let the comments decide whether I start 5th season, which is my Discord group pick, or Aristotle and Dante, which is my Discord was picked for me specifically pick. So you guys can decide.
I picked Ari and Dante because it's the only one I've read. And like, I remember really, really liking it. And the second time I went to New York, I was gonna pick up the inexplicable logic of whatever the second book by that author is. And then I didn't. And then apparently he's a shitty person. So I haven't read anything else since. But like, I still vote it.
Fair enough.
Ari votes cake.
I love that, again, it's split. It goes 5th season, Ari. 5th season, Ari. What is that? Shway.
I feel like it's a typo. Or I'm just really ignorant. Which
no
is
idea.
Reasonable. Oh my god, are you getting them next month? I remember this conversation. Because were you not also looking at hedgehogs? Or was this someone else? Right. We all know I have a shit memory. But someone was looking at hedgehogs.
Oh, that was Carolyn. And Carolyn has a hedgehog. In fact, where's my phone? I will show you her adorable, adorable hedgehog. There's our Molly to 3K. Okay, there are a lot of photos of snow that I have to scroll through first. Okay, here we go.
Oh, a hedgehog!
And look how cute.
Oh my god, that little face.
His little grumpy face.
I have a little, like, I say a little, I have like a tank, a show tank that I could probably house mice in. Because I bought it for introing the rats, but it came after I introed them, and it was bigger than I thought. Even though it specifically had the measurements, my brain obviously didn't think that that size equaled that size. And I'm like, well, I don't think I'm going to get to go to any rat shows anytime soon. Why not just get a pet I can keep in a tank? But my gran would kill me, so.
No, I think, yeah, just keep your rat hoard and just keep them, your rat babies together.
Taking the face always win.
Absolutely.
It was, jumped. All great. Oh, no. Tamar, no. Is this a conversation I think? Is this the teabag conversation? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 5th season, Arya is a good book. Dem's here now. 5th season, Arya and Dante. There's a lot of 5th season. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. He's not in my author like caution list, so he's obviously not that bad. Benjamin Alir. Oh, I'm gonna burp so much. I really don't need that in my life. Problematic. Okay, let's find someone's blog. The book Deviant is going to inform me. Robin Talley, John Flanagan. Okay. And then I read it. Okay, whatever. What happened? Oh. They're making me go to the review of this. Okay, so the inexplicable logic of my life has apparently got a flippant manner for offensive stereotypes and phrases.
Right.
I don't have time to deep dive right now. I recall hearing information that he wasn't a fabulous author, but
fair enough.
I don't know. Hello, Dan. I'm going to mute you for a little so I can, take notes, but I'll be back. Yeah.
Get back to your
I was going to say let me know when you're back, but like you should hopefully not be here. You should be in class. He went after review. Oh shit, he's going to have to go on my caution list.
Oh, I hate that. Because I think you're always going to get people that don't like stuff. Why start the row about it? Just focus on the positives. There will be positives. You got your book published. There will be positives. So
it's especially when it's like this though. Like Arya and Dante is so hyped that like a bad review is really not going to do anything to you. No. And it's just, there's so many authors like on my caution list that I haven't heard of before. But like I spoke with Gavin and stuff about people that had been like going against his video, and I was like, as an autistic reviewer, being autistic, I'm blunt, therefore rude. So if I post anything other than a 5-star review that's completely like glowing, I'm going to point out negative things that could come across blunt, ergo then come across negative and piss off an author and have them come at me. And like, I don't need that in my life. So I'm deliberately kind of avoiding these authors that could have books that I would enjoy because the risk of me not loving their book is just not worth it.
I just don't have the time for it. Like, obviously, I posted my video up on Sunday about what to do when your favourite author becomes problematic or whatever. But when it's an author that you have no attachment to and you've not read any of their stuff, seeing that behaviour does nothing to make you want to buy their books.
Yep.
Like, or at least if it does, there's something deeper going on. So, for example, if you see that there's loads of controversy about something and you want to read the book to understand the controversy, I understand that. But if it's a case of an author is coming after reviewers because they don't like the review, I'm not going to read your book. Not even because I'm worried about like my opinion being negative, because like I have slated books on my channel, but I only have like 400 subscribers, so no one ever notices. It's fine. But it's just a case of like, I'm not worried about an author coming back and being like, but you were mean about, like, I have sat in a room with other people, none of us are published, but we're all feedbacking on each other's work, and they have torn my work to shreds. And you have to learn to just shut up and take it. And some of them will have like, I mean, they're not doing it out of like spite. They're not doing it to be nasty, but they will say stuff that you're like, that's so mean. like why, like I had someone that told me that my characters are too over emotional, they're too emotionally invested in stuff, that they're childish, that like, and they just like ranted about my characters for like 20 minutes. She told me that I hadn't done enough research, that I hadn't done all this stuff, and I just wrote it all down. I was like, I'm just going to write down everything you say. And then I read her book, and her characters don't emote. Like, it's very literary, it's very soft, and I was like, she's just not my target audience. So I've taken all of that information and I've thought about it, but I'm not going to action any of it because she's not my target audience. Someone who is like me, who likes fast-paced stories, who likes character-driven books, it's going to be for them. And that's fine. I don't need to shout at her about it, and I don't need to have a row with her about it. And the ones that get me is when people will have specifically picked up a book that is representative of them. So, like, for example, you reading autistic books, or reviewers of color reading books of color and trying to find representation for themselves in that sea of madness with like own voices, and then people claiming they have own voices and they're not, and things like that, like all of that drama, and then coming for those reviewers because they're like, well, for me the representation was off, or I didn't believe this, or I didn't like that. And it's like, if you've spent a long time looking for that thing and it doesn't meet your expectations, that's going to hurt twice as much as a reader. So it then is down to the writer to be like, okay, well, not everyone's experience is going to be like yours. I've tried to do the best I can. I did this research, I've done that, and not have the row about it, because what is the point? What is the point?
The Boy Who Steals Houses by C.G. Drews. C.G. Drews is autistic. As far as I'm aware, they're cis female, and the main characters in this book are cis male. I did not find the representation accurate. It felt very stereotypical. And obviously what I make clear to people is I'm like, that's just how I felt it. Like, it could very well be that that is C.G. Drew's experience. I was like, it doesn't take away from it. And it's like that, if that's the one thing that does, is it shows you just how subjective reading is. You can do something textbook to your experience and someone else is going to go, nah, that sounds like you've taken it from an actual textbook. So but like the thing with like when authors go against like negative reviewers, like when you're saying like if you don't know the author, like for me, if a Kemi Dawn Bowman started shitting on 1-star reviews, I'd be like, honey, no. Like, I have a tattoo of your work. Like, I am invested in you as a human at this point. Like, you know. But when it's someone that I don't know at all, like when someone DMs me and they're like, hey, like this author's been doing like going after negative reviews. I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna add you to my list. Like, I don't give a fuck, never heard of you before, don't know your book. And it's like, you could then come at me and pitch me your book and it could sound incredible. But there are so many books.
Yeah.
I have been working on my TBR list. So the way that I'm working it at the minute is all of the physical books I have here at my grand's are going on a list. And then if I bring books from my mum's house, I'm just going to include them in a monthly haul. Even if I've hauled them before, I'm just going to be like, because there's just so many books. I'm like, people don't even know what I have anymore. I don't know what I have. And I haven't started filling in my physical TBR, but my audio book TBR, there's 42. I have 4 Kindle books that I've bought recently, and my Kindle backlog, including like NetGalley stuff, is currently 590. And my
wow.
is going to be about the same. So it's like, do you know what? It's like I read about 100 books a year. I have almost 6 years worth of just Kindle books. You really think I'm going to get butthurt that I'm missing out on your book because you've been a shitty person to reviewers? Like, no, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you're looking for any excuse not to. Like, I've literally, the video that I filmed today, I can speak English, is my 12 months till it self-destructs one, which is where I've just picked 12 books. And if I don't read them this year, I'm going to get rid of them. I don't need them. I'm not excited to read them. Yeah. So I'm literally looking for any excuse to just get rid of them because I paid for them. I'm like, well, I'll keep them for a little bit longer and I'll see if I read them. But
my mum has just got rid of my bed. She sold my bed at her house. So like, I don't have a room at my mum's house anymore. Like, I now live here. But my 3 Billy bookcases, I have 2 big tall ones and 1 half-size one. They're full. They're still double stacked. And then I have my one here that's like double stacked as well and books on the floor. And my mom's like, can we get rid of the books? Can we put them in the attic? And I'm like, can you just like live with it for a year? I was like, because what I want to do, like, I want to try and like, I'm being really good now when I read a book. And if it's only like a 3-star, I'm quite good at going, you know what, I didn't love it. I'm going to get rid of it. So I'm trying to like do that. And I'm trying to say to her, like, you know, if you haul me up, like if I haul books from yours, like I can slowly bring them over. And then, you know, I can work out like, oh, this is the book that I want to keep, but I want to up the attic or whatever. But it's just so much. Oh, it was Welsh. I don't know what it means, but I can speak Welsh. And by speak Welsh,
you can speak one place name in Welsh. I would argue that it's not speaking Welsh.
I can say nos with da, or whatever the good evening is. No. Oh, pop ping. I can say pop ping.
Oh, everyone say pop
not
ping.
Actually Welsh, but I like it anyway. But Llanfair pwth gwyngydd go gerach yn drobl llan ti silio go go goch.
To be fair, you said it so quickly that even if you got it wrong, I wouldn't have known. You got the go 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 bit, and I was like, well done. Well done.
Llanfair pwth gwyngydd go gerach yn drobl llan ti silio go go goch.
Well done. Lots of applause.
Hello. Oh my god, there's so many comments. Sorry, we got a little tangent.
We did.
Nina's here. Do you know what? You know when you have someone's name in your head, you see it written down, and you say it one way, and then you actually listen to it, and you're like, that's wrong. I have been, obviously it says the ace race, but I have been saying Neen, Nene, Neen. It's more like Nina. And it's in my head, I'm like, Neen, no. I'm like,
see,
oh,
I'm
no.
like, Nene?
Nene. No, not Nene. Don't, because I will start.
Is that all it takes? If I just start casually referencing songs, will you start? Is that what will happen? There it is. Excellent.
Ordering all the supplies soon after we're going to see upstairs. 3 little ratties. You're going to want more than 3, I promise you. You're going to get to a point in like a couple months, you go, let's just get more. How's everyone? We're life.
We're existing.
I picked a weird day to do this live stream, and for anyone who's like been on my Twitter and stuff, or like has known me for at least a year, today's my granddad's birthday, but obviously he died on the 26th of January last year, so it's like the first birthday. It's also 15 years from my great granddad dying, so like it's a weird.
This is a memorial. Welcome.
What was that noise that came out of my
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That was your soul leaving your body. It was like, no, unacceptable.
Oh my god, it was a proper like exorcism. Oh, well, does that answer your question? How is everyone? We're 18 minutes in and I'm already delirious.
Well, Carolyn is hugging her hedgehog, and her hedgehog just christened her by pooping on her lap.
Love it. I'm always out of the streams that Molly's at, not for the full stream, but most of it I'm there. Why am I not surprised that Keeper of the Lost Cities is getting brought up? I really need to read that.
I didn't like it.
I don't know if I like it. I don't think Jade liked it either.
I wasn't that impressed by it, to be honest. I kept being told it was going to be like the next Harry Potter, and that it would be like a magical world that you could fall into. And I was like, this is mediocre.
Right. Do you know what pisses me off? Right? Not fair enough comparing it like, oh, this is the next Harry Potter. Every fucking person said Nevermore was Harry Potter. Now, Nevermore's brilliant. I will give it that. But it is absolutely nothing like Harry Potter. No. There's no
until there's another magical boarding school story
spanning over like years with a major villain, basically Harry Potter rewritten.
Yeah. In which case, you might as well compare it to Mallory Towers, because it's Mallory Towers but with wands. Although Enneablighter is also problematic, so
yeah, they're not problematic except the ones that don't like Gav. That's the criteria. If you don't like Gav, then you're a problem.
Out. Get out.
Did anyone else see the picture that Gav put on Insta? He put a picture up like yesterday, and it was a picture of him like 10 years ago, and then a picture of him like
yeah,
he was like pre-jaw surgery, and I was like, who the fuck are you? He looks like fucking like a hybrid of like multiple people, like Neville Longbottom, and like Zoe said the McStuffin guy. I was like, I don't even know. He just doesn't look like Gav.
See, I thought it was like someone had tagged him in like a doppelganger photo, and that it wasn't actually him because it looks nothing like him.
I'm gonna get it up for anyone that has no idea what we're talking about.
And then if you do, Emma, do you have a doppelganger?
I do, you know, in real life people. I don't know if I'll be able to find them. So obviously we all know and love our King Gav. I can't get this the right way.
Tilt it that way a little bit. There it is.
Who is this?
Yeah, for real. Didn't think that was him.
Like, who the fuck is that?
I assumed he was just pranking the internet and that wasn't a photo of him.
I don't know. No, I need to try and find it. There was a girl, right? Going back to my Bieber days. There was girls that I don't even know. I think we met through like Twitter. We were both going to the concert in Newcastle and we were both Scottish. And then she tagged me in something and she was like, oh my God, twins. And it's this girl that like was at her school. And I was like, that looks like me. And there was someone, oh my God, I've forgotten her account name on Twitter, but her profile picture for a while, like she looked exactly like me. Let me try and find her.
Well, I've just sent you my doppelganger in the group chat, so you can enjoy that. For real, that's not me. It just looks like me.
Okay, I don't have the original photo, but Miriam, there was one photo in particular where she was like looking down and it just looked like me. And I hated every second of it because it looked so much like me. Let me see if I can find this. I really should have saved these photos like somewhere. I will look at yours in a second. I'm just psyching myself up.
Don't worry. Like, no rush, because I'll know when you've seen it, because you will make that weird screeching noise that you made earlier. Rocket Reads is apartment hunting. Good luck, because I am also struggling to find myself a flat.
I love that. I just joined. Oops. Are we talking about anyone specific or just in general? We are quite behind on comments. This comment was at 7:10, so like 10-15 minutes ago. I think this is when we're talking about problematic authors, and it was mostly in general. I was saying that Benjamin Lear-Cyans is apparently problematic, but yeah, we're just having a general bit about people shitting on negative reviewers.
Yeah. I've actually got money, Keris, to respond to your comment on 36 minutes, so I need to keep talking for another 40.
I don't dislike many books, and most of them are Dutch white men. They wouldn't even care about illustrating their work. You'd hope not. Hello. What a shot. We mentioned Hedgehog. Speaking of Academy Infinity Courts, just reading out. It's read now today. Oh, I mean, I've already read it, but like, I need to get that NetGalley ratio going. Mind you, wait, no, it'll be on the American one. Check that you're not auto-approved. But for me, I think it's wish only because it's America. It's a wish for me, which is cruel because they should know I am Akemi's biggest fan. So since I'm teaching Dutch, I'll probably have to read problematic authors, and I'll still rant about how shit it is because ain't nobody gonna steal my own bloody opinion. Yes, that's just NetGalley arcs. Like, when I said, "Oh, that includes NetGalley arcs," no, that's just NetGalley arcs.
Almost exclusively NetGalley arcs.
I have 5. Actually, I'll go on NetGalley and explicitly tell you. I mean, to be fair, there are some duplicates. But yeah, 593 books. I think 3 of them are like those, but I think there's 2 samples and one that's like one of those like catalogs being like, oh, here's like a synopsis of like 15 different books. But yeah, it's a problem. And because I've had people in the past give me shit for still requesting books when you have that many, the problem is, okay, 1, I got NetGalley in November 2017, roughly. And everyone was like, oh, you never get approved, so just request everything and get read nows. So I had a couple of read nows. I requested a shit ton of books, and I consistently went on NetGalley every day and requested like every YA, every kids book, every adult book that looked interesting until about the June, at which point I was mass approved for about 300 titles. And to this day, I still get approved for books that I requested 6 to 12 months ago. It's like they must go through it and go, oh, we're getting rid of that. Oh, fuck it, just approve them. It's out now. And I'm like, no. And then I like look, sometimes like I've literally looked. I just recently read a book last year on NetGalley that was originally published in 1943. Why?
Right.
Like, why is this on NetGalley? It does not need to be on NetGalley. Like my oldest book, I have The Chimp Paradox, published in 2012. I have a book from 2016, 2 from 2017, like a whole page of books published in 2018. Like, why am I being approved for these? Like, I'm not going to prioritize a book from 3 years ago or nearly 8 years ago. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, why do they add? Because like they repackage it and then you click on it and you're like, oh, and it's like, oh, publishing in like June 2021, and you're like, awesome. And then you go to Goodreads and you're like, this is just a fucking rejacket. Like, it doesn't need a NetGalley review. Sorry, my door's just gone again. Jesus Christ.
So literally like 5 minutes after we signed in earlier, she had to disappear because someone delivered a parcel to her door to the wrong address. So about 3 minutes before this started, Emma went on a walk to find where this parcel actually belonged. And now her doorbell has gone again, which is just hilarious to me. So I'm just going to scroll through the comments, find where she got up to. So Emma, that's so many books. We've got some whips and some nays, which I appreciate. Some Welsh.
Oh no. So I answered the door. Hiya, I gave you a parcel for 61. It's the fucking delivery driver. I was like, yeah, mate, I did your job for you. Oh. Right, I think I was done with the NetGalley chat.
Yeah.
Basically, I know I need to read my NetGalley arcs. I'm trying.
Don't start the conversation again, Emma. No, we haven't got time.
50% ratio. Class is over. Awesome. We'll get the rats during the first sprint, which will happen soon. Beautiful. Yeah, we're. I don't even know what we beat you to, but oh, Wales. Hello. I'm out of breath. I've ran upstairs. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try. Oh, speak Welsh. The Welshy up yours. Can we just point out that Karis was like, yeah, no, like she was so blunt when I was like, do you want to join me on my line? She was like, no. Like, she's still here.
I love that 80% of the group chat that we're in is you two apologising for me being blunt, for you being blunt to each other, and me just being like, do I need to apologise? Is that necessary?
Yeah, I mean, see, I don't apologise unless it literally looks mean. Like, whatever it was I said to you today, and I was like,
I think I'd asked a question and you were like, no.
Yeah.
All right.
Karis had been offered a book review, but she couldn't like take it, so the person had asked like if she knew anyone else interested. And Hannah was like, "Oh, is that the author that did this?" And I just went, "No." And I was like, "Wait, that."
It didn't look mean. You were just answering my question. Like, to me, I was like, is it this author? No. Okay, cool. Like, I'll just move on. But, like, he did. Like, that's the no. This is not how I read it at all. And then you were like, sorry for being me. And I'm like, for what? Telling the truth? I don't know. Watch me nay. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. There's something about when you hit 28 that you're just like, let's do a lot of this and maybe occasional that, but no whipping or nay.
Bean. That's what I thought. I thought it was Neen, like bean. Nay. Nana. That's Nana. It. Like, okay. It's like Nina, but Nana.
It's like Nina, except it's not Nina, it's Nana. Is that what you mean, Emma?
So it's like Nina, but only the last syllable, of the 2 syllables. So only half of the name is similar.
Jesus Christ.
What was it?
Oh no! I'm sure you'll love it. I'm sure you'll love it. I just
didn't.
Yeah.
I look like I've got some sort of weird like Mohican thing starting. What's going on? I give up with my hair. I really want to shave it off.
Do it. What have we got to lose? You work for yourself.
In Nana's Discord for the Ace Space. There was a conversation about hair and shaving hair off, and I tapped out very quickly because I knew that I was going to end up being like, let's just do it. Yes. You said that a good 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. We're nearly at 36 minutes as well. I'll be so proud of ourselves.
The photo of Gab, I know. Dem, we know. Okay, we know.
Sorry, Dem.
We know.
Not for me.
Never find someone that looks like me, and I'm so happy about it. Yeah, like it's really annoying me that I can't find that. I'll have to try and hunt it out at some point and tweet it, but maybe not actually, because it's like an actual, like it's like a string. Wait, I was gonna say I shouldn't tweet it because it's like an actual person, but like all photos of people are actual people.
I mean, at least your doppelganger wasn't turned into a GIF. So the GIF that I sent Emma to explain who my doppelganger is. Tell me that doesn't look just like me. I genuinely, when I was a teacher, I put this, like we did, to like introduce myself to my classes and stuff. I put this on the board and was like 2 truths and a lie, and my lie was that this is me, and they were all like, yeah, that is you. I was like, no, it isn't. It just looks. Even her shocked face looks like me. Except I'm not that stupid. Who thought that was going to work? Who thought a bodyboard in a bath was going to work? So.
Dem says 40. Wow. Drew Barrymore. What's everyone reading? I am reading Ascension by Victor Dixon.
5th season, 1 out. But I'm going to do that for the first sprint, and then if I'm not into it, because I've heard that it's very complicated, then I will pick up Ari instead. Apparently. It's,
I'm international. I always have to wish for stuff, but read now I can get. That's interesting that you're getting it on read now and I'm not. Maybe it's because I already wished for it, which is mean. I mean, I have a bound manuscript, so just spent a whole month reading arcs. I could spend 6 years reading NetGalley arcs. We just answered that. Hello, Emily. This is Other Girl. Her name is Hannah. Wait, if I take this off, her name will pop up.
There it is.
We answered that, and someone else said Hannah, and we're saying that's Hannah. Oh, we're too late to the game. There we go.
It's all right. It's good that people know who I am.
Yeah. Dioch is thank you. If you're confused by people saying Hannah, it's because I was asking what her name was and I deleted those messages. No, we can still see them. I can see what you delete. Mm-hmm. Got the power. Got the power. Hannah, you should do the key. Pizza, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a pizza, McDonald's.
Thank you for taking that off my hands. I appreciate it.
I paid $5,000 to go to drama school. I will perform whenever I get the chance, even though I can't sing, can't dance, and I can only act mediocrely.
I did FODs, and I was the narrator because I was the only one loud enough. That was my role.
Shave your whole head. That's what this live's going to turn into. Emma shaving her head. They won't get to these comments until no.
True.
We will sprint before the
True. We've got 2 minutes to go, and then we're reading.
Yeah. It was accurate. TikTok, same chaotic reader. I essentially really enjoyed it. Look at me trying to read fast, like brilliant.
Like that's going to make a difference.
Has read it and really enjoyed it, and I've seen some people say there's a character that's like coded autistic, or is said to be autistic, but it's not a good rep or whatever. And some people like really hated it for that. So I'm curious because like I've got this much left, and I'm liking it so far. Read all your shortest NetGalley arcs. I like your idea. I also tend to find the ones that I'm not that interested in or that are sequels, and I just look at what the majority of other people have reviewed and just rehash it into a fake review. 100 pages on the end of No Exit. 3.5-star read. Oh. Yes, sprints. I'm not home yet. I hope you will stay live for long. Listen, we've been here 34 minutes and we ain't sprinted yet, so you're good. Not saying anything bad. Yeah, you're the youngest here, so you got to behave. Going to be writing here to hang out. Awesome. And we are caught up, bitches. We can start
just in time to start at 36 minutes.
No, we're going to start at 35.
Oh, I'm so close.
Actually, I say that. I need to get the timer up, so it's probably going to be 36. So
yes, right. Just going to take a moment to shout out Leora's bookmarks, by the way. That's what I'm using. How pretty is that? Just thought I'd say that.
Bookmark what? Missed it.
Leora, books of Leo.
Oh, pretty.
Oh no, mine Daisy's even. Wrong one. Too many Leos.
The Poppy War. Make a presentation. Yeah, but if you say you're not giving feedback, it doesn't your ratio is affected.
It still counts it. Yeah, I hate that because it's like I will not be giving feedback, but it will affect my score. Thanks.
Yeah, so if you've got 10 books and you read 5, then your ratio is 50%. But then if you say to the other 5, I can't give feedback because it was archived, or there's a file issue, or there's an error, it was a sequel and I wasn't told, your ratio is still 50. It doesn't just remove it. So you gotta lie and leave a review. Be home in an hour. We'll be here. You already finished a book? Yes. Why I was scared of butter? What?
I don't understand.
I feel like I missed something further up.
Don't know. But it's 36. Put a timer on.
It is. Share screen, not the reason. Katie, how old are you? Well, I sort this timer. I was going to do 25 minutes, but will we do 20, 30, 25? How long do you want to do?
Do 25.
Do 25.
Because that will take us pretty much to the hour again.
Kingdom of Flesh and Fire, and someone's confused by butter. We're all confused by butter. It'll make sense in a minute. Emily's usually pretty smart and then reveals how dumb the rest of us are when she explains it. I'm like, oh, Northchild. Well, Northchild could probably work for Polarthon if you're going to do that. So, Katie's also 13.
Oh, now I feel bad for all of the swearing.
Oh, I don't. They know about this. Listen, they've been Googling some weird shit during Jade and Molly's lives. I take no responsibility.
Right, yeah, it's your channel.
I advise the under 18s do not appear here for legal reasons, but if they stay, I can't stop them. So,
And would you even if you could, to be honest?
No.
Oh god, there's a prologue. Ugh. I hate that.
I can teach 13-year-olds if it's scary. Yep. Oh,
I think that's the thing, is for me, as an ex-teacher, I'm immediately I'm a point of, being a moral citizen. Got to be morally upstanding, which is why I don't teach anymore.
Okay. Do you know what? We may as well just wait 2 minutes until
Fair enough.
wildfire. The butter thing was just genuinely what happened today. I'm with 17 but in college. I'm 24. Emily's 13 but 14 in 6 days. So Katie, unless you're oh god, so Katie maybe is the youngest. Oh Emily, you've gotten away with it. You're not the baby of the group. I got really excited when I looked down there. I was like, oh, there's a third person. No, it's my timer. I was like, oh, someone's joining. No. 44, 30, 27. Gosh, we've got such a wide variety of ages.
28. Woo!
Happy early birthday. So far, 44 is winning, so we rely on you to keep control. I'm a mother now with a child in the way, and I can't stop swearing. It's like Zoe from Zoe's All Booked. All she ever says is fuck, and I'm like, poor Carter. This poor child. Oh no. Well, I hope you feel better soon. I was going to say in general, but I too, I feel you. I don't even know what I'm saying. Imagine the time where I did start speaking. Can you read next for me?
No, I don't want the time to start speaking because it would definitely call us out for getting nearly an hour into a live sprint without doing any reading. This is why we need carers here.
Tamar, I will block you. If you don't know what long Furbies are, it's not sexual. I mean, it could be if you really wanted it to be. But no. 40, 28, 39. I agree. No, 26. I have a 13-year-old daughter. Okay, no one comment. Get your books, get your editing, get your studying, do whatever the hell you're gonna do. And let us go. I did 20 pages.
I did 18, but to be honest, I think I hate it.
Oh.
So the first bit, the author is like talking to you, like in the prologue, and kind of like just setting up the prologue is basically a little hint into what the characters are like, but it's mainly just geographical description. And then the first chapter, it swaps into second tense, so it's like, you do this, then you say this, you feel this, then you do this, and then I'm like, I hate it.
How did everyone else do? Katie, I hope you're here, because I have 2 rats out. Berry's already ran away. Sneaksy's here. She's a fast bitch, and she doesn't like being held. So this is probably as much rat content as you're going to get for a little while. Can you just wave to Katie first? All I want is for you to go, hi, Katie. Hi. Ow, that's don't scratch my face. Okay, go where you want. Okay. Jamie asked, how long is the sprint planned? Hoping hours. It's so fun.
Forever.
Yeah. I replied saying the rate it takes us to start, probably days. Tamar's adamant that they weren't the first one to bring up long Furbies, but you're the first one to bring it up on this stream, so I'm blaming you. I mean, all that I can see, maybe someone else said it and it just didn't show up. But you're getting the blame. 23. Hello. How long the sprint last? The actual like live itself until we get bored. The screen. I spent time researching Peking duck and where to buy the pancakes and then how to make them because nowhere near me sells the pancakes.
That's so sad.
I love the use of your time there. That is very valid. Chapter 21 of the Poppy War. I didn't read. That's fine. I told you not to read if you didn't want to. Veg out. Read, watch TV, take a nap. You do you. Worked on the PowerPoint, sent out some emails, now working on what I'm going to say for some part. You got a lot done in 25 minutes. I mean, I'm assuming your PowerPoint had already been started. If you can make a PowerPoint in 25 minutes and send emails.
Multitasking.
8 pages of Heartstopper 3, 14 pages. I am reading Ascension by Victor Dixon. This came in my Box of Stories box that I was sent by them very kindly. I now have a subscription that I pay for because we stan. Actually, since we're all here, where is it? I could get up and find it, but I can't be fucked. So I could spoil an upcoming video. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the book was, but one of the books that I got in an upcoming A Box of Stories subscription box. If for those who haven't seen my previous unboxing, basically you get 4 books. I have the YA box, and it's typically books that have already been published, and it's ones that like didn't sell very well, so it's to like try and like put books that you haven't heard of in your hands. And one of the books was a novella bind-up, a prequel novella bind-up for a series. It's a fairly popular YA series. Obviously, I don't want to say in case people are like, obviously I haven't even edited the video yet, and I don't want people, like, there's still 3 other books, but like I don't want people to be like, oh, like you've told me what book was. But like, what's people's opinions on that? Like, obviously, it'd be shitty if they included like the sequel or the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th or whatever book in a series. But this is like 0.5. So to me, like I've told them that they shouldn't include it because even though it's a prequel, like I feel like you're not going to read that unless you're high key invested in the series. I mean, I know people who are obsessed with series and they don't read the prequel novellas. So like, I don't know.
Sometimes a prequel can be an almost completely standalone book. It just happens to be in the series. So like with obviously Philip Pullman has his Dark Materials trilogy, and it's just that. And then obviously he's got his, I think there's Lyris Oxford and Serpentine are the 2 little novellas that are technically prequels. Now, I read Serpentine, but I haven't read Lyris Oxford. But he then also has the Book of Dust trilogy, which is a prequel, then a sequel, then a sequel. So the prequel, the Book of Dust, La Belle Sauvage, you can read as a standalone, because the narrative happens before his Dark Materials. There are hints to things that happen in his Dark Materials, but if you haven't read that trilogy, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
So I think if you do it right, it doesn't matter. I think putting the first book in a series is probably your best bet. Yeah. And I think unless it's like unless they specifically say like, yes, it's part of the series, but it's a standalone. Like, for example, the new Shauna Maguire one, the Over the Green Grass Fields or whatever, that is described as a standalone. So I guess it's the fact that it's part, like, yes, it's part of the Wayward Children's series, but the idea being that you can read each of them individually.
See, I think the thing is, though, is like with the book that they sent, like, you know, when you go on Goodreads, like the Belle Sauvage is listed as the Book of Dust, Book 1. And like when you click on it, it has related series, but like it doesn't have like, oh, you know, it's not like, right, you read like this is a series and this is a second series, but it's like really, like I suppose it's like take Cassandra Clare. It's like you've got like the whole like Shadowhunters world, and she has multiple series within it. And it's like some people say, oh, read the Infernal Devices first. Some people say read the Mortal Instruments first. And you can kind of do whatever. But people wouldn't tell you to pick up the Bane Chronicles first. They would tell you read the Mortal Instruments and then the Bane Chronicles.
Yeah.
Like for this, like this book, when you go on Goodreads, if you click on the first book in the series and then you click series, then it has this book listed as the prequel. And like to me, it's like it's the sort of thing where I feel like it's the sort of thing that the authors write just to kind of give the fans a little bit extra. And I feel like if I were to read that without reading the series, it wouldn't make me want to read the series. It'd probably have me being a bit like, I'm bored, I don't know what's going on. And like they often have like spoilers. Like I think because there's no like hard and fast rule for how prequels are done, you never know if there's gonna be like a spoiler. And because I know how the subscription box works, like they're just picking up books from like wholesalers at a discount because like they're getting rid of it. So I'm a bit like, eh.
Yeah, it just I think if you've taken the time to think about it, then I think it could work. If they haven't, if they're just going, well, I have these 6 books, so we're just going to pick 4 of those 6, that's not going to work. But then I don't think that's going to work for any kind of like, would you gift someone that book as a standalone? I think is how you, or if you're going to gift someone the first of a series or part of a series, I think that's how you have to think about it. Because fundamentally, yes, you're paying for the box, but they're gifting you the book because they're thinking about it. So whatever level they're thinking about it is going to be the thing.
They've said they're going to pass it on. I think as well, it's a series that I owned the first book. I got it in an Owl Crate, spoiler, years ago. And then I bought the sequel in a charity shop, and it's just like not my thing. So like I instantly knew I was never going to be interested. But yeah, what did you reply? What you were reading?
Me, yeah. So I'm reading the 5th season. I got 18 pages in. At the moment, they're in like this second person thing, which, according to my Discord, does stop at one point. I'm just finding like the prologue and stuff. The writing style is really convoluted and it's beautiful, but it's so like every sentence takes 30 words more than it needs to be for my taste, because I don't necessarily like really overtly flowery convoluted writing, so I struggle sometimes with stuff like this. So I may have to do this as an audiobook instead. As an audiobook, I love stuff like that because I like just having it like read to me. But I'm just finding, and like there's some really like there's child death in chapter 1, so that's quite intense as well. But I knew that going in, so I was warned of that going in, which was great. But I just, yeah, I don't know. But Ali has said that I need to get to 25%, which is technically page 72. I've done the maths, so I've got another 50 pages to go before I can abandon it.
Second person is weird. It's very fan fiction.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like it is and it isn't. So like I'll just like read a little snippet. I'm not gonna like give anything away. I'll just try and find. So you don't think, you don't want to think, you do not protest. You have your own perfectly good bet. You say thank you, nor do you declare it's fine and that you don't need his help. He walks you outside and down the block, keeping a grip on your elbow the whole time. A few others are gathered on the street. Some of them come near you, saying things to you. And it's just like, I get it. You're talking to me. Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. 20 pages of the Lost Book of the White. I haven't heard of that, so naturally that means I go to Amazon. The Lost Book of the White. Also, since I'm talking about Amazon, Cassandra Clare. Yeah, no, don't like her.
I'm just exhausted. I just can't. I don't have the time.
I don't with. I've read the first 3 Mortal Instruments and the first Infernal Devices, and then Lady Midnight came out and I bought it, and I think it was when Lord of Shadows was announced, like, not that long after, and I was like, fuck this. I was like, I don't need this many books. And, like, I love having a big world, but when they're all, like, it's great that they're all connected, but if it's not a direct series, I can't be, especially when people then start doing stuff where they're like, right, well, this is publication order and, like, this is chronological order, but I think you'll get the most if you read this, and I'm just like, no.
No. Too complicated. And the thing is, for me, it's an exhaustion thing. I like a series, but I don't necessarily read an entire series in one go because I just get exhausted by it, and I just don't enjoy it. I can do it with a TV series. Yeah. I can watch my 14 seasons of Criminal Minds back to back. Can do that, not a problem. But when it comes to books,
we need to buddy watch Criminal Minds.
Well, that means starting all the way back from the beginning. Okay, I'm in.
I've just started my rewatch. I say just started. I'm on season 3 already. So, like, once I've done that, once we're done Supernatural, so, like, probably about me.
Yeah, May. Yeah, fine. But yeah, like, I don't mind them, but I find it so exhausting. So, like, when you find out that there's like 30 books in a series, I'm like, no, I've had enough. Mm-hmm. And, like, I'm doing my read along with Skullduggery, which is technically, it started off as 3 trilogies, and now there's another one out. So there's like 15 books or whatever. So there's now like 5 trilogies. But the whole point is each story is like stacked into 3. Mm-hmm. And I was like,
I wonder why they seem to sell box sets of 3 and, like, the first 3 audiobooks together, but that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm quite excited for that because I'm hoping, and I know, like, there's some character changes and stuff as you go along, and they're middle grades as well, so they're not as chunky. And I think
the can be forgiven for having big series because they're usually quick and kids will read like 3 in a day.
Yeah, exactly. But when it comes to I genuinely, in one of my videos, I think it was my books I actively chose not to read this year video, I said, Cassandra Clare just needs to take a holiday. Take a year off. Take a break.
She has like a stamp now for when you go to book signs because her like wrist is fucked, and I'm like, stop writing so much.
Chill out. Let someone else have a go. It's fine. No one's gonna forget you. Like, you've stabled yourself now as like the queen of a long series. That's fine. Just chill out.
I think for me, trilogies, it's like Truly Devious is a trilogy, but there's a 4th book coming out, but it's like separate. It's like a companion series, and obviously, like, it's a sort of thing that I would read it as book 4, but it's that way where I know that I can read Hand on the Wall, which, by the way, just ordered from Hannah's shop, Waypoint Books. I will have a link in my description later.
It arrived today, so sending that out tomorrow.
Literally, this is literally my book. That exact book will be in my hands.
This belongs to you. You paid for this. Actually, to be fair, if you're going to talk about Waypoint, I got some new stuff in, and I'm very excited about it.
Wait, you're going to show me then, because I may have to add to my order. I literally sent Hannah a list, and I went, you know that list of like stuff that I suggested? Add any of those, but she only gave me the ones that I like suggested. I'm sitting there like, I'm really glad because I can't afford anymore, but like, fuck it, give me them.
Okay, so Concrete Rose, had to, obviously. Ooh. Really enjoyed that you gave. I've got loads of Skullduggeries to send out for the read along, because I did a discounted on the Discord. You can get a discounted one, so I think one of these is yours as well. I got Bunny, because I've just heard so many great things about that one.
I'm claiming it.
Okay. I'll put that with yours. Okay, fine. You've also got Starless Sea that I need to post out to you as well, so put that in your pile. Obviously, I got another one of those because I sold that, the How Your Story Sets You Free.
That one intrigues me. I don't know if it's good or not. Like,
it's very like motivational. If you want to write and you're like, oh, imposter syndrome, I don't know if I should, then this will be like, do it. It's kind of like that little thing. So it's quite motivational, but
it's like a book version of You and Karis.
Yes.
Right, so I didn't leave it then. I've got the group chat.
That's fine. I'll put it back in this file. So we've got The Ghost Garden, because that came out like a day ago. We've got Darwin's Dragons, because again, that came out like a day ago. How pretty is that? I'm really excited for this one.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like, I want it for the dragon.
Yeah, and then it's got like, I just think that's so pretty. And Gavin mentioned it in his anticipated releases, so I got really excited.
My Amazon wish list is a bunch of books that Gavin talked about.
Speaking of which,
I need that.
I'll put it in that pile then. And then the last one is that one, which was on Olivia's Instagram the other day. I got all excited for it. And that's basically about Anne de Berg from Pride and Prejudice.
I feel like I'm going to be doing like weekly. I'll have to do like a weekly live where it's just like, this is Hannah's stock list. I get first dibs, comments go.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do like a hosted live and do almost like an auction. So I'll just be like, right, I've got this. First in the chat, go.
And then everyone's like, wait, how much was it?
I'm like, that doesn't matter. If I did it as a Patreon thing, like it wouldn't matter. You just pay the same amount every month. I did consider setting up, obviously we've talked about like a subscription box, but I've genuinely considered, and I know like it's way too early. I have not nearly enough subscribers and not nearly enough like upkeep to do it. But if I were to do a Patreon, I would offer like a book club, like box kind of thing. And then say, for example, we were all reading, this is our read for the month. You would get this as like part of your Patreon. Like I would just post it to you because it would be covered cost wise because of whichever tier you're in. And then do like live sprints and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't have nearly enough followers to kind of like action that yet. But if someone else was to offer that on their Patreon, I could supply. Just saying.
I just haven't like worked it all out yet.
But yeah, so I've got lots of plans, but it's just an excuse to buy books and then talk about them. And then I also ordered, I don't know if you can see these, I ordered 3 copies of Law. Which came out like 2 days ago as well, because this one's for me, and then these 2 are to sell, so they just happen to be there. So.
See, it's so dangerous. I could just hand you my Amazon wish list and be like, just order all of those, and then I'll just buy a couple every month when I can afford it.
I actually have, so Carolyn and I have already discussed that I have to put her on a limit of how much. So Carolyn wants to spend no more than £45 or $45 because she's American on books a month. So whenever she's like, oh, Hannah, I'm like, right, capping at 45, come back to me in a month and then we'll have another look. And I've genuinely considered maybe it's just worth, and Carolyn and I don't do this, but something I have considered setting up is doing like standing order ones. So if you pay like £20 a month and then I will send you 20 quid's worth of books every month, something like that. But you don't need that, Emma, because you have 500 net galliarchs to get through first.
No, I have 590.
Yeah, 600.
We'll 500 and whatever that I have said will not give feedback. So I'm slowly trying to like find the ones that I am actually interested in. I just were archived so I can review. You know, my book buying budget, I did one in 2019 where I budgeted like monthly, and I will expose myself. In 2019, guess how much money I spent on books?
Whatever you say, it will be less than what I spent, so I wouldn't worry too much.
What did you spend?
I can tell you. I think I spent about £700 on books.
Okay, I was 541.
Okay, yeah, no, I definitely spent more than that.
In 2020, I only counted up until like May, June, and it was £104, but I know I spent a lot in the latter months. This month, I've currently spent £55.86. But in fairness, that is only on my Box of Stories subscription and Waypoint order. I mean, obviously, I've just spent more, and I also have a Willoughby book club.
We haven't spent it yet, because I haven't sent them to you yet.
But yeah.
But this is the other thing, is like what I really like is so I've got a list of clients, that I say clients, friends of mine that buy from me on a regular basis. And then if they're like, oh, I really want such and such, but I can't afford it yet, I'm like, that's fine.
Like
it sits on my shelf until that's fine. I'm not gonna I'm so bad at upselling anyway.
with my like sticker people, there was one today, she's got a dachshund, she's just got a second one, she's just got a puppy, it's 8 weeks old, like she got on like Friday, and she asked me that like this morning or yesterday for stickers, and I was like, I could drop those off to you, and like she hasn't even paid me, it's only like a £5 or whatever. And I'm supposed to message her and be like, this is what you wrote me. I'm like, you let me pet your puppy? Like, I don't mind. Yeah. Anyway, we're 20 minutes behind comments. 20 minutes behind comments. Emily read a whopping, love that for you. Rats. These are my favorite comments. I mean, I don't know where the fuck the two of them are just now, but it's fine.
If I get another voice note from you at like 10 o'clock being like, I don't know where they are.
Oh, it's no, I think I know where Sneak was that day. Okay. But they're starting to like come to me now when they're like, oh, treats. Nice. Like if I shake the Cheerio box, they're over
nice.
me.
That's fine.
Good. I just kind of don't worry now. I have the spare cage, the hamster cage that I just put fresh water in and I leave it open. And I'm like, yeah, if she gets thirsty, she'll go in there. Oh, hi. It's like they're like, you're talking about me. 15 is 25% of the book to get through. That I was able to enjoy it. 40 pages of rats. So cute. Oh, Emily. Honestly, I hate how short their lives are. Like, I mean, if I think about my cat when he goes, that's depressing. But I'm like, well, I've had him for 8 years already, nearly 9. Like, you know, I've had a lot of time. But like, it's annoying. Like, especially Berry and Brew. I got them from Pets at Home, which is, I shouldn't have done that. Because they like have rodent farms. And when you see Berry and then you see Sneak, Berry's like this, Sneak is like this, and Sneak is a good like 5-10 weeks younger. So it's a shame. Like I feel like they could go at any minute. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna try and catch up with comments before I do something else because that'll just set us way back. Oh, where I've jumped. Don't jump. Oh my god, there's so many comments. Yes, Katie, she said hi to you. Book on my TBR with you know I need to know what this is. I literally, oh my gosh, someone called Hannah on Twitter just before like Christmas was doing book care packages. So because they were getting rid of some books, and there was one with a little mouse friend, and it was the only YA, and I was like, oh, cute. Nice rodents, I'll take it. Oh, it was the cutest thing. Like I still have the box under my bed, but it had like tissues and hand sanitizer. So I have a bunch of books that I'm hoping to do an unhaul soon. So I'm hoping to kind of do something similar just to like give back. Was a hot mess and good.
That's fine.
I want to screenshot that and make it a t-shirt. Why am I surprised? Yeah, Karis, we finished a freaking sprint, woman.
We did a whole 25 minutes.
Just because
half an hour ago.
And I have so many comments, okay? Like
so popular.
40 pages of Queen and Air and Darkness, not rats. Hi, 20 pages, 19 pages, 30 pages. Oh, 2 pages. Strangely Were confuses me. The olive oil.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that earlier. I've still got. I was watching it. I got 3 minutes and 32 seconds in before you returned.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know what Katie's talking about, my Strand unboxing. It was from December, like before Christmas, and I was having a very bad day. Like I was so fatigued. I'd filmed my Plush Time Wins mystery unboxing, filmed this one, and I wasn't going to share it, but it's been over a month, and there's an item that comes in it. Clearly olive oil, and I don't understand. Forms filled in, copy and pasted. Prequels are fine. As a series, 2 prequels, but the prequels were 300 pages. Yeah, this was like a literal like mini novella bind up that's basically just like little stories written to like make fans happy, and I'm like, eh. Brandy Sandy. Well, POV, only one of the POVs has second person narrative, so it does stop, but only for alternating POVs. Trying to finish the Puppy War tonight. I believe in you. No, I know it's not a fan fiction. I'm saying that second person reads like fan fiction because every fan fiction is like, you go over to Justin Bieber and
I was like, where are we going with this? Come on, Emma, keep telling the story. You go to Justin Bieber.
My teenage fantasies there, I think. I never liked Your Name fanfics. Like Wattpad was my thing. I remember more for fantasy stories and terrible fanfic. Yeah, I read a couple like Your Names, and I was like, why do we need it to be our name to self-insert? Like, what? These violent delights. Oh, and the Moritz Gleitzman, that's the one that's like now once after and everything, isn't it? Because I've been curious about that because they're quite short. Like, I feel like for someone called Emma Novella, I don't read enough novellas. Personally, I love the second person narrative, thought it was wonderfully written and felt like I could sing the story, but yeah, Karis, no, you're just wrong.
The thing is, for me, it's a case of I have a short attention span and I have a very particular type of style, like writing style that I like. And if I like it, then I will just sink into it and I'll devour it in a day. And if it makes me work for it, I will do it, but I almost resent it. Like, I don't want to necessarily work for it. And this is not the year of me trying too hard. I've got too many books to read.
So that was me with Bridge of Clay. I was like, I don't have a fucking clue what's happening. I felt like an idiot. And then it was like it was as if I was reading a book. It's like when I read a book in French. And by read a book in French, I mean, I look at it and I go, I know what a bunch of these words mean on their own, but together, I don't understand.
I mean,
that nothing. Like. Buddy watch. Yeah, by buddy watch, I think I more mean like competition where like we end up just, it's like an excuse to binge watch and then try and see who finishes it first.
Yeah. Challenge accepted.
One book in a series in a year. Yeah. 2019, November, I was reading Truly Devious. Then my copy of The Starless Sea arrived and I was like, I'm so excited. Finished Truly Devious and was like, why did it finish like that? I own the second one. I want to read it now, but I want to read The Starless Sea. So I told myself, pause, read The Starless Sea, then you can read Vanishing Stair. I read The Vanishing Stair like last month. You know, a year later. So, but I'm reading Hand on the Wall as soon as my copy from Hannah arrives. You have to watch it. Yes, it's going to happen. Don't worry. I'm scared that my DVDs aren't going to work, or like, you know, when they only have like 2 episodes per DVD and I'm like, you want me to get up out of my bed 7 times? Like, I'm trying to figure out if I could like plug in my, like, if my DVD player can like move closer to me. So
I'm just devastated to get off Amazon. If it was still on Amazon, I'd have been done by now.
Same. I'm like, I'm not buying it digitally. See if they charged you like 50 pence an episode. Even then, that's too fucking expensive. But it's like, do it for an episode. And I'm like, there's like 500. No. I read the first 3, The Mortal Instruments, and hated the third so much. I was told that the first book was slow, but to persevere, and I really liked the first one. And then the rest went downhill. Oh, I have heard of this series because there's like a big box set on Amazon. It's on my wish list because like I don't know anything about it, but I'm just really curious about it. So I'm interested to know what your thoughts are. Well, I mean, I'm assuming you like it because you started it in 2014 and you've been reading one every year. So yeah. Not Emma skipping comments because she's running about Cassandra. I'm not skipping them. I'm just falling behind. 2 novellas left in the series, both of them from my ex because he's a lovely person. Oh, can't relate. I want the dragon book. Fight me. No, you.
I can order more in, Emma. It's fine.
No, I don't need it. I don't even know what it's about. I just like dragon.
Okay, I'll read you the back. So above the volcano was a black silhouette. I told myself it was a huge hawk, a heron, even an albatross. I'd seen all of these with Mr. Darwin on the other Galapagos Islands, but I knew it wasn't. So it's about a cabin boy who discovers dragons with Charles Darwin.
I got a dragon. Dragon on my shoulder.
It's got some really pretty illustrations inside it as well, actually.
My dragon just dived. Right. It's always fabrics to make my wish list. Yeah. What were you going to say?
No, I was agreeing.
Oh.
Yes,
I need it into my order.
Done. And actually, I haven't posted it. Post together.
I agree. That title and the cover is stunning.
Trying to find it. There it is. It's the shiny and the houses. That's cute.
Hannah, what is your business thing? I'm confused. It is Waypoint Books. It's an indie bookstore online or in person, but like at markets, so like online.
Yeah, that's a very good description. We are without home, basically. But it's
Website
fine.
in progress.
Virtual, that's what I'm looking for. We are a virtual independent bookshop.
I do have a Patreon, like, sort of organized, but like I feel like my tiers aren't right yet. Like I don't know, like it's working out pricing and certain things, like because I want to do like exclusive merch, but like I've discovered like t-shirt making, like actually like the designing the t-shirts I can do, but the making, they don't wash very well, so I'm looking to sort of outsource the t-shirt printing, but that can be expensive unless you're buying a lot. But if you're buying a lot, you're still looking at like £400 at once. So it's just kind of looking at it, because like I don't want to say to people like, oh, if you give me £10 a month you'll get exclusive merch, but then I need you to pay like 15 quid for the t-shirt and stuff. So like I'm just trying to like work it all out. But like I definitely can do stickers. So that's something I think like I can save the sort of merch tiers for later. And I'm gonna look at getting bookmarks and stuff printed. Like I don't know what I don't know why. I think because Keris did bookmarks and that, and I was like, oh, I don't want to take away from other people. And I was like, but it's art though. Like people buy for the
Yeah, your
art.
style's going to be completely different, and someone buying a bookmark from you isn't going to stop them buying a bookmark from someone else.
Yeah.
Like,
At first,
I mean,
I've
got so many. I've got so many. I mean, Keris has so many bookmarks. Like, I don't think that's.
Yeah, Keris is the reason that I have my business, because she started doing her art and I was like, I want to get back doing that, so I'm gonna do it. And then here we are. I don't want to know my 2020 total. Yeah, that I contemplated looking back, but I would only really have Amazon to look at unless I checked my phone for like, yeah, no, we're just not doing it. Not doing it. Haven't bought any books.
Well
Doing
done.
better than me.
Well done.
Can't read Hannah's name because someone like her channel. Ladette M. But I mean, other people have said that anyway. Thank you. Already sub. Just need to put bell icon on. Oh, look at that. We stand a notification person. A Rat's Tale by Tor. I don't know why I couldn't say that. No, I couldn't say Tor. Let me see. Why is... all I'm getting are rat traps and rat food. That's mean. Oh, found it. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, it's a little illustration. Oh my god, the cover. It's got a little mattress and it's got a little matchbox to like... it's in a toilet roll. That's cute. That's cute. I'm okay.
Are you?
Do I pick up Dear Justice, The Magpie Society, Moore's Northchild with no second book, or push through Strange the Dreamer? But I'm really confused. I don't know. I really need to catch up with these comments. Oh my god.
You've only got a few to go. Keep going.
Can you do me a favor and post pictures of your rats on Twitter so I can print them out in my journals for how much I love rats? Oh my gosh, yes. I will get all the pictures on Twitter ASAP for you. 5 stars, big sassy ass on Twitter. Oh my gosh. Cry not, oh gosh. Read the first one, it's short and stuff like that. Okay. 300 pages, but the last book's 500. Wow. Hell's Moving Castle, maybe because I watched recently. Okay, now that we're caught up on comments, can we just give the biggest round of applause to the most patient man on the planet? Robbie!
Stop.
You can tell he was not expecting to be here for a while.
Sorry, I literally just finished a book.
Oh!
That's how long I was waiting.
I knew if I added you in, I would end up with 1,000 more comments. So I was like, oh.
Stop.
Stop.
I'm still waiting for the end of the Justin Bieber fan fiction. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, where was that story going, Emma? You walked over to him and
then the Jonas Brothers joined in, and then
the rats came.
This sounds a bit.
At the moment, it's just a party. So.
Yeah. I honestly, people just don't get it. I was gonna grab her, but she's fucked up. Oh no, you're still there. Hi. Like, look at this tiny baby.
Hi, Jamie.
Look at her.
Hi, Katie. Hi, Emily.
Rats, more rats. Ah, hi. Hi, Roy. I've never seen you before. Can we have an intro?
I'm a basic bitch.
Emily is 13 years old, Robert.
I'm a basic bee.
Well,
my name's Robbie. The YouTube channel is And His Nose Stuck in a Book. I like to read and nothing else. So I read too much.
Says the man with like musical theatre posters or whatever behind him.
Oh yeah, all these behind me. It's the nicest static wall in my room.
And there's
everything
me.
Else is...
Right. Oh my gosh. Do you ever have anything that is like, you know, everyone would think is the ugliest thing, but it's just the most representative of you? This is the cutest thing I own. It's a Toy Story alien dressed as Remy from Ratatouille.
I love it.
I'm a novella.
I've never seen anything like so concisely explain a brand.
Wait.
To be fair, that is.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
I personally think the Merida one does you more.
But I like the Toy Story aliens, and I have rats, whereas I'm not.
I mean the Toy Story alien dressed as Merida.
Yeah, but I'm not like Ginger. But I agree. I need someone to make me a tiny Iron Brew can to like. Oh my god! Imagine if I could remove his hat and it had an Iron Brew can.
Paint the hat to be the Iron Brew. Come on, Emma, you know you could. You've got the artistic skills for that.
Why can his head go backwards? Why does its head move? Can I decapitate this?
No, do not.
I think I could.
Yeah, but I think if you do, it won't come back off.
Yeah,
it won't go back on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, we love it.
I genuinely thought you were just going to be like...
The thing is, like, these ones' heads don't come... Since when do these things' heads move?
They're like Funko Pop ones.
This is a Funko Pop.
Yeah.
But this is a Disney... actual Disney one. Made by Mattel.
It makes them resilient for children. But don't pull off their heads, otherwise you're like that evil little child in the first Toy Story, Sid.
Okay, anyway.
You don't want to be Sid.
You know what my favourite alien pop is though?
No, literally, like that little baby head with the little mechanical legs still gives me nightmares.
Don't. So creepy. It's the hand that like drags itself. Don't like that.
Or literally like the little crane with the little Barbie legs. You're like, where did you even get these insane ideas to create these things from?
So like that. I want to say for my birthday, Kara's got me this little alien pouch that she thought was a pillow. No, it's a pouch. But it's fucking brilliant because I got a defective one with an upside down ear.
No.
And the best part is it took me like months. I want to say it was Christmas like 2019. She got me this and it literally took me until like November to go, why does that look wrong? Oh, one of the ears is the wrong way round. I look at this every day. It's on my bedside table. It has my meds that I take every single day.
What is it about it that like when you held it and it was just the one ear up, I was like, fine, completely normal. The moment there's the ear down,
hello.
Even just the one ear down, like
I can't deal with that. That's too much.
Hey, you think the person designed that might have noticed, I've sewn this on wrong.
No, the thing is, on the Amazon thing, the ears are the right way. I just got someone fucked up and stitched it and just went, that'll do.
That'll do. They'll never know.
Oh, I will check on that. Rats. I haven't read the Rats book, but so intrigued. Love it. Wheezy wee. Oh, Robbie, you missed it earlier. My soul left my body at some point.
Yeah, I made a joke and it nearly killed Emma.
It's so you. It is. It's an alien as a rat. Like, I've only seen Ratatouille a handful of times. However, I have been on TikTok and I do have Remy, the Ratatouille, the rat of all my dreams stuck in my head every second of every day. And I think they actually like performed it. So I need to like find the whole thing and watch it. Walk away for 5 minutes, get my son some juice, and I come back and a sudden Robbie has appeared. I love how Robbie goes for Merida and he thinks of Emma because of her nationality. The first time I met Paris at Yalk, I can't want to say last year, 2019, I'd been talking to her like all weekend, I want to say, and it was the Sunday. We're standing outside. She's like, "Wait, Emma, do it." And I'm like, "What?" And she starts vlogging. She's like, "Quote brave," and I was like, "You've really held that in for so fucking long." I'm wheezing too much. The way I'm wheezing.
We've got a whole bunch of wheezers.
In case you remember on the girl account, you're a bit image
I love that. I will always take that.
Wheezing. I don't even know what we. Oh, is this the fucking ear? Emma, Kate. I'm just like, who's going? Emma, Kate's here. Hello. Oh, I was talking about Yalk. Forget Yalk. The most iconic time of my life was Kate's meetup at BookCon. Oh, Margaret and I were talking about that the other day. Margaret from the Word Nerd, because Kate live streamed the whole event for like, people that couldn't be there, and I was like drunk on Iron Brew, and I'm sitting there. Everyone's like, "Oh, there's Margaret. Go and get Margaret." And I'm like, "Kate, who's Margaret?" It's like, I don't know who this person is. Cat! Meow meow.
He's just coming from outside. You can tell because he's really cold.
Meow meow.
Baby, my little man. Yeah, the adoring look with which he's giving me is basically, why are you doing this?
I love it.
That's pairing.
That is your brand, Emma. That is absolutely your brand.
The thing is, that was me earlier. Oh, Robbie, you missed it. So before the live, the door went and I like yeeted myself out in the middle of Hannah talking to me because I was like, why is my door gone this late at night? And it was a parcel, and I was like, okay, I live at number 51. The parcel was for number 61. I was like, okay. So I put it on Facebook, checked that that was like the actual number for the person that lived there. So I went and delivered it. And I was like, I specifically said, I was like, I would normally just leave it, but I don't want to be interrupted midstream by them coming to the door. And so I'm sitting, we're just chatting away, and then the door goes, and I was like, oh, fuck. So I had to go. It was the fucking delivery driver, like, I gave you the wrong parcel. Like, I gave you a parcel for the wrong house. And I was like, I came back upstairs, and I sounded like I just tried to run a race. Oh, I missed your face too, Kate. How is the album doing? Kate, just in case everyone knows, Kate is in a band. They just released an album, and it was up for like an award. I want to say it was like a local thing. I can't even remember. We all know I have no memory, but I do remember the album was up for an award. So I would say I'm going to link it below, but I will forget that. So like, I will. Do you know what I'll do? I'm going to go to Twitter. I'm going to go to Kate's page, and I'm going to share the link with you all. Do you know what? I'll just tag. I'll send you guys the link to the band's Twitter, because that'll have any relevant information you may need. The crazy old woman stuck in my head. I hate when you get stuff stuck in your head that like, and it's just like one small snippet. Because like for me, it is literally just the Remy, the Ratatouille, the Rat of All My Dreams line over and over and over. It's not even the whole song. Right, Kate? I need to get
moderated. I agree. That is what I Am Brew tastes like.
That's a fair assessment.
Wait, what? It smells like bubblegum?
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's just me in the stream.
Rude. I mean,
it's right. Again, I didn't even react because before we even started, I was like logged in before Emma did, and she did this thing where she was just like turning me off and on, and I was just like, all right, I'll wait.
Everyone's excited by Cat.
He's in nearly all of my videos, just like interrupting me.
Probably a race for charity or some. Cat. Best New Artist Award. There we go. Oh. Did I do the wrong Twitter? It's what's in your bio, Kate. Did you have the wrong thing in your bio, or did I just somehow get to the wrong Twitter? What even happened there? I was thinking, I was like, this doesn't have the nice pink and blue aesthetic I'm used to. Yes, we will sprint on the hour. We are never reading again. Who reads? Agreed. Not Kate having the entirely wrong band listed in her bio.
Amazing.
I kind of want to go and listen to them now just to see if they're good. Yeah, that was Kate's fault, Emily. She had the wrong band that doesn't even... Oh, from Limerick. Okay, Irish. Same difference. Oh my gosh. That is brilliant. Also, Tamar, you said you sent me a DM earlier, but I'm not finding it. Oh, wait, shut up. I found it. I literally went on Twitter and it's there. Okay, we're actually caught up on the chat.
Only took you an hour, Emma. That's fine.
Listen, people come here for conversation. If you come here to actually read,
find a different channel.
Yeah. I'm just here for the watch time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Love the honesty of that. I'm here to sell books, guys.
No, I mean, I finished 2 books today. I'm happy.
Fine.
Not Kate saying Limerick, which she meant Liverpool.
Well done.
Limerick, so Liverpool, close enough.
Oh, wow. What was that week? Yes, rat pics on Twitter. Don't you worry. They are coming. Oh my God. Oh, right. We're going to go at 55 because...
I'm going to go eat my dinner and then I'm going to come back and I'm hoping that I'll do it in the sprint time.
Well, do you know what we'll do? We'll go at 55 for 35 minutes then and then we'll finish at past.
I'll actually, yeah, I don't eat that slowly.
Yeah, but I need to take rat pictures. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do 30 then.
That was really so easily convinced then.
Just to see how fast Hannah can eat.
Thing is, right, so I'm the only girl on my dad's side of the family, so it's all boys. And if you don't eat quick, you don't eat.
Yeah.
So I should eat very quick. So
we just can't today, but
no, none of us. None of us can.
I have my sneaky sprints, which are for when I'm just like, fuck it, I'm going to sprint today rather than Tuesday sprints. But I feel like I just need to make I need to have well, I can't do it because it wouldn't rhyme. But I think Kate needs to do Kate just can't sprints. I've been reading. This is the energy we love. The people that stick around for the bants, but just ignore you at the same time and get shit done.
I love that though. I love sprints where they don't actually read. They just chunter the entire time. And then I just sit there and read. Because what I miss from actually being able to hang out with people is people sat in a corner having a conversation whilst I'm also in the room reading. I miss that so much.
Yeah, I just like the atmosphere. Because I found that there's times I'll be watching people sprints and I'm like, I actually am in the mood to read. And I'm like, I would be getting so much more done if I wasn't watching the sprints. And the amount of times I just click the X and then I sit to read and then 2 minutes later, I'm like, let's just put it back on. Just because there are many sentences that I want to hear. But the best thing about sprints, yeah, okay, it's great if you sprint all day and then maybe say you have 3 hours actual worth of sprinting, you get a book finished. I never care about that. I always like when people come on here and they're like, hey, teabag, and I'm like, it's not even my sprint, but because I was there, you know, like I love that when people have little in jokes with sprints. And I think it's how you really build your community. Like, especially with people that don't create. I feel like a lot of people that don't create like watching sprints, and then that's how you engage with them more. Because like, sure, people can leave a comment on your video, but it's kind of, they always kind of become a bit one-sided. They never become a conversation. Whereas here, it's really easy just to like jump in. Like, I literally only talk to Emily through sprints. I mean, she's just sent me a DM to a TikTok, which she has just said, here's a crazy old lady rat TikTok, which I'm very curious about. Do you know what? This is the sort of like thumbnail. I hate when it doesn't. Do you know what? If I took my phone off charge, that would help. That says everything I need to know about this. I will watch that. And it's from Ratatouille musical. I'll watch that in the sprint. Just here for a laugh. That is what I'm here for. Oh, I love it, Kate.
Oh, speaking of eye appointment.
Oh, Hannah spent so much money on glasses today. With the spam. Look at
my glasses that I've had for 2 years that cost me nearly 200 quid, and now I can use one lens.
I personally think you look very nice like that.
I think I rock the monocle, to be honest, because this bit has no nose bit, so it doesn't sit. But this bit, yeah.
So many fashion trends have been coming back over the years. Maybe it's time for the monocle to come back.
Look, I've seen people wearing like corsets and stays just around the house. If they can do that, I can wear a monocle. I think that's completely fair.
Fucked. Like my glasses, right? You can kind of see it where like this side, which side is it? This one. It's like it's not sitting against my ear properly, and like they fall off my face. And there's like a little bit just here that is like starting to break. But like I would be fucked if these broke and I couldn't wear them. Like I genuinely would be able to see. You gotta be like a pirate, like get your eyebrows grown to.
Yeah, there we go. No. I did it yesterday. Like, I walked into my house and I had both of them, and I was like, right, let's put them on like that. And then like it was fine for like 2 seconds, and then this bit started like slowly like riding down my face. And my mum was like, "You look like you've had a stroke," and I was like, "I do. That's exactly what I look like."
I watched Sprint Backs and put the chatty bit on 1.5 speed. I talked to Emma through sprints, and literally me and Tamar are like, sprints, autism.
Yeah.
To be fair, Hannah knows this. Like, we'll be having conversations. We'll be in the group chat, me, her, and Karis. And, like, there'll be some sort of discourse or something on Twitter. And it'll be maybe, like, an important topic. Like, it could be race-related. It could be, like, I was going to say autism-related. Like, it could be disability. It could even just be book opinions. And it'll be something that maybe I don't understand. So, like, I go to the group chat to educate myself. And it always comes down to me being like, maybe it's because I'm autistic. And I'm like, I think we've established that everything's because you're autistic.
It's so funny. It's got to the point now where, like, I don't time it, but I just keep a little note of, like, it'll either be in the first 20 seconds where you say, maybe it's because I'm autistic, but, and then you'll just go off on something. Or you'll explain yourself and it'll be in the last 20 seconds because you go, or maybe it's just because I'm autistic and I won't understand. And it's like, maybe it has nothing to do with your autism at all. It's just that what that person has done is completely unfathomable.
Yeah.
Most likely.
9 times out of 10.
Emma's my new bud. I don't know why I said bird like that. Bird. Oh no. That's about the glasses.
Yeah. I have just ordered some online. Because I managed to find my Specsavers prescription from a couple of years ago, and it's exactly the same. So, thankfully, I've ordered myself some replacements that haven't cost me an arm and a leg. So I don't want to go to Specsavers and sit in an appointment room and wait with all the pandemic on. So I've just ordered some in hopes for this.
I know my eyes like need tested again, and my prescription's changed. But the thing is, my prescription is that bad that like I need to get the new glasses because it's so expensive. Like it's at the point where it can be really hard. Like they essentially only want to give me, you know, those really dodgy frames that are just like non-existent and tiny, because I have such a bad, like, I don't know if you'll actually be able to see, but like these have actually been thinned, so that's a really bad example. But if my glasses didn't get thinned, they're like this chunky. They're like a fucking centimeter thick. And like I have arguments with Specsavers where they're like, no, we should really thin them. And I'm like, I'm not paying £100 to have them thinned. It'll be fine. Like, not as much as you want. Like, they'll be heavy. And I literally hand my glasses over and I'm like, is that heavy? And they go, oh no. And I'm like, we're not thinning them. But I mean, I'm lucky. I'm lucky because of like disability and whatever. I get some money off my glasses, but like for a while, like I think I managed to get these for about 75. But in the past, I was paying like 150 quid for like one pair. And however, I did just find my sunglasses that I got with these that I like never wear because I never go outside, let alone in the fucking sun. So instead of paying for new frames, instead of having to like fuck around trying shit on in Specsavers, I'm gonna go take these glasses that I've already paid for, pop those for lenses out, put the clear ones in, hunky dory.
Yeah. Hannah,
no.
Yeah, I don't even know how I did it.
I want blue light glasses, especially because like with doing art on my tablet, but like we've established I have shit vision and they're probably going to be like, oh yeah, that'll be really expensive to get as your prescription. So fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what they keep saying to me. And I'm just like, honestly, fight them on it, because a lot of the time they just tell you they need thinned because it's too expensive. Not too expensive, sorry, too heavy. And it's fine, like, honestly. But yeah, I'm minus, at last check 2 years ago, I was like minus 13 in this eye and like minus 11 in my left eye. And I remember my gran went for an assessment for laser eye surgery a couple years ago. And the guy was like, yes, what we do is if you've got like, he's like, you do it once and like, because my gran said, oh, is it just like one surgery? And he was like, yeah. He went, unless you've got incredibly bad vision, in which case 6 months after we'll do the surgery again for free because your vision will go bad. And I went, out of curiosity, what's really bad vision? He's like, oh, I'm talking like extremely bad, like -7. And I literally snorted. And he was like, what? And I was like, -10, bitches. And he was like, oh. If my say, like I was thinking this already, like say my glasses broke like Hannah's and I couldn't wear glasses, like I don't have any replacement, I would literally be like legally blind for a couple days, because if my vision couldn't be corrected, it's legally blind level. And I keep wanting to say legally blonde when I say legally blind.
Legally
blonde. Not Robbie's laptop bouncing when he laughed.
I was trying to internalize it so much, but then I had to stop doing that because I'm not gonna lie, the internalizing laughing almost made me fart.
Not Robbie in the private chat earlier. They're going, glad you haven't actually put me on yet because I just farted. Nothing as good as Gab's fart though. That was the best.
It was the fact that he was just like the whole time. He was just like
on mute.
It's the fact I genuinely thought it was legit, and then it was when I went after, I was like, the fucking idiot unmuted himself, and then I was like, oh, it was a fake fart sound. I get an upcharge on my prescription no matter where I get glasses from because it's so high. Yep. I ordered blue light from Zenny glasses. They were only like 15. Is this like UK? Like I have thought about doing that, like ordering from glasses online. It's just whether or not blue light for gamers. Wow, gamers. Yeah, that's American. I don't know. I'm gonna look into it because it might be worth it. -18. Wait, is that what your prescription is?
Wow.
Okay, I have always the only comfort that I used to despise having to wear glasses and like hated my vision, and then I'm now in a place where I'm like, well, I'm just grateful I can see. But I've always taken a bit of comfort being like, well, at least I always have the worst vision, you know, like when people do the whole like, oh, I can't see, and I'm like, bitch, you're like -nothing, like you're fine. Oh my, you win. I can't imagine. I genuinely can't imagine my vision being any blurrier. Oh no.
So for someone not wearing glasses, is that where it starts on 0? So someone who would
Yes,
never
so
need glasses, that's a 0.
like
Yes,
zero,
I
and then
think
it goes
0 is
plus.
20/20, and then you can go either way.
So
So
if you
for
go, if
me,
you go plus, it means that you are long sighted, but you like need reading glasses.
yeah,
I'm minus, so for me, like if I'm sitting here, what I see on my screen is I see a little black bar at the top, which is my Google Chrome tab. Then there's the white. I can see the black, and I can kind of tell, because I know what StreamYard looks like, that there's like 3 people. Couldn't tell you who you are. I I don't even know where's right. My mouse is next to Robbie, but the minute it goes off the black, like I just see like color.
Okay.
But like, put it this way, this is my book, right? Now you all can see how big the title is. I can make out what it says from about here. It's clear to my left eye here. It's clear to my right eye here. Both together here. Like,
is that pretty much? Is that almost touching your nose?
right, this is the text in the book. For me to read this book clearly without glasses, I'm literally like basically touching it. Like,
And her nose stuck in a book.
Literally, there's like a millimeter sweet spot between like where I can see it clearly without glasses and where my vision is just too close.
No, that's just not okay, because how are you meant to turn the page?
It's true, with my nose. No, actually, now here's the thing, right? I go to Specsavers, which is like a chain opticians, and I don't know if they're really that good. Like, these are the people that when I was a kid told me my vision would get better when I hit puberty. I get to 12 years old. Oh, it'll get better when you're a teenager. You're 13, 14 years old. It'll get better when you're 16. When you're 16, oh, your vision will improve when you're 18. When I hit 18, oh, when you're 21. To this day, they constantly say to me, oh, your vision will even out. It'll be fine. And I'm like, I've been steadily, to be fair, it only goes like a slight percentage. So like I might go from like minus, say it's like minus 10.1. I might go from that to like 0.15 or 0.1.2 or whatever. But it's because it's so bad, it's noticeable. But I'm like, I kind of want them, like I'm contemplating going to a different opticians and like paying a lot more for a sight test just to like confirm my eye health, because I am a little bit concerned that there's more going on. But I haven't had the detached retina chat. But I feel like it's gonna come eventually. They're no doubt they'll do some sort of examination thing. They'll have an extra test that you can pay money for, and they'll be like, you should get that and pay us money because detached retinas. That minus 18. I miss those days. I mean, I could ask my dad, but adult life. See, I don't know what's worse. Like, obviously, the idea of waking up and being blind with like no idea that that's going to happen is terrifying. But I think knowing you're losing your vision and being like, right, well, I'm going to go to Paris and see the Eiffel Tower. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like they're both just as bad as each other. Like never getting the chance to see stuff or having a brief amount of time. Like, no, I
think it's the prospect of losing it for me. So, for example, like my biggest fear about like growing, like I don't really care about growing old. I don't really care about my age. I don't really care about how it's affecting my body as such. But when I start to lose my mind and like dementia and things like that set in, that terrifies me, because I can see for a start how much it terrifies family members that it's affected. But yeah, I just think that sounds intense. But also, you were going to start reading 10 minutes ago so that I could go and eat my dinner. So,
I mean, I was thinking it, and I was like, is this happening?
Oh, thanks, Tamar. Did not need to know that your internet friend has the same vision as me. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Convergence and sufficiency. Oh, so you see like rats then? Do you see like 2 separate images? Okay. Well, it's fine. We've only sprinted once.
yeah, you haven't missed anything.
Oh, I always have floaters, and they literally just don't care. But anyway, as Hannah pointed out, it was her dinner time 10 minutes ago. So, yeah. Robbie, what are you eating?
Okay, so I've already finished today. Soulbinder by Sebastian de Castell.
Ooh.
The 4th book in the Spellslinger series. I finished this beast, Queen of Air and Darkness. and I'm starting the Deck of Omens.
Love it.
And then once I finish this, we'll be ready for our buddy reads tomorrow.
Although I'm going to
The day
message
after
you
tomorrow.
because I just got an email about something that is like, it's not going to affect our buddy read, but like, I'll voice note you because I can't say. Sorry, I hate that. I hate when people do that on live streams. Like, oh, I'll DM you because I can't say publicly. But like, anyway,
DM
me. Let's go. Oh wait, there. Ha. Where's Robbie?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I'm trying to coax the other cat to come on screen, but she's...
Oh, I just noticed. Oh, I pricked stop cam. Why can't I push the button? The button's not working.
Love that for you.
Look at the hands!
Oh my god.
What have I come back to?
That's a very good question.
I have been in this since the start of the sprints, and I'm sweating because Barry decided to climb over a pot of washi tape and knock it over and fall, and I was like, shit, she's gonna have died, and it was just me running in this outfit.
I've gone even more monochrome because I've changed into this very nice thin hoodie, which I feel is also on brand.
The thing is, I had to put on like a vest top underneath because even though this is the biggest size, the tits are too big that this busts open. Who knew aliens had tits? Oh,
you learn something new every day.
Okay, so
How does everyone do?
I still managed to do 10 pages and have my dinner, so I'm pretty proud of that.
I've lost my bookmark. And I did about 10 pages because I was too busy dressing like an alien.
I did 40.
Love it.
Nice.
Yeah. Pretty happy. It's one of those books though, it's quite easy to read. I find that with Kristen Lynn Herman anyway.
Kitty!
This is the grumpy one. She does not like being snuggled. She will cry. But whilst I'm feeding her treats, she might stay for like a little bit. No, I lied. She's done. She will play fetch with you, but she will not sit on your lap.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of messaging someone, hence my silence. Right eye takes over in the left eye. Oh, that's weird, Kate. Like, I can't actually process. I suppose it's like just kind of being like blind in one eye then. Well, VP, you're in luck. I do intend to do weekly Tuesday sprints. I don't have a set time. Like, I do like the sort of 7 p.m., 8 p.m. time kind of thing. But there might be days where I'm like, oh, I'll do like 1 p.m. So it's a UK time. Like, we'll just see what happens. And obviously I'll have my sneaky sprints as and when I feel like doing extra. Particularly probably towards the end of month when I'm like panic reading for my TBR. Which I'm actually doing okay just now. I was going to say I'm 5 books ahead of schedule, but that's for Goodreads, and Goodreads is only about 12 and a half books a month, whereas my TBR is currently like 20 books. So
you got this.
Oh, bye. Oh, fuck. I was going to say Nina, and it's not Nina. Nana? I've forgotten already. Look at this. Nana. It's because as well, she's Dutch. Oh my god, I should know this. This is like basic information. Where am I? Yeah, Dutch. Oh my god. I don't know if this is new, but the pronunciation is literally in her bio.
Oh, bless. That was purely for you.
But with her accent, it does kind of sound like, I don't even know. Her name's Nana, that's all that matters. Her accent does have book illustrations in it. I love that. In my wish list now. At least I thought I did. Yeah, I've added it to my wish list. I hit the wall with my head because my book made me laugh. What the heck? Yeah, I agree.
That is something I would do.
Hi everyone, just joining. Well, you haven't missed much apart from a lot of chaotic conversations and 2 sprints. Oops, it's jumped. They are reading. Hallelujah. Fuck off, Karis. Anyway, got to go by.
I mean, Karis, this is how you get to more than 2 books.
She's got you. Oh.
I couldn't resist.
No, you don't get it, right? She tweeted that, And
as a joke. It was a joke.
No, I know, and she knows that. But just a good point, right? For anyone that follows Karis on Twitter, she tweeted like, "Oh my gosh, like I don't trust anyone who's read more than 2 books this year." And the amount of people replying and quote tweeting like, "Well, I finished 3 books that I started in 2020, and I've listened to audiobooks," and they're like. I know a lot of people are just genuinely being like, oh, well, you know, and they're trying to be like, oh, I agree with you, but like, this is why I've read more. But so many are coming across so defensive, and it's like, it's not that big of a thing. Like, she was just making a joke.
I think it's one of those things where like people can feel like really attacked for doing well at something, and it's like, just live your life. Like, it doesn't matter.
And it's like, even if Paris was genuinely saying, like, oh my God, if you've read that many books, like, you're wrong. Like, that person that was like, oh, I read 80 books this year. Like, what did you learn then? It's like, you know, you can tell when someone's being funny. Like, you can tell when someone's genuinely being like, no, I think I'm better than you for doing less. And when someone's like, I'm doing less and I wish I was doing more, so I'm going to make a joke about how bad I am. So, like, I don't even know. It was a whole thing. Anyway, Karis can fuck off. She said Karis couldn't join this live stream, right, as a co-host because she was busy. But she's been in and out of this chat the entire night when she could have been here, keeping us on, like, a schedule and having us do, like, 20, 30-minute sprints, like, every 10, 15 minutes and getting more work done. She probably did by popping in all the time. So if you're here again, Karis, love you. Karis popping in to call everyone out, then leaving. Yeah, that's her vibe. We love it. And there's me saying I've lost my bookmark. I'm probably sitting on it. Iconic. I love Karis coming to check on us.
Casual, not casual at all.
"36 pages and a Dutch required reading about a cyborg, and it's creepy. Not like thriller creepy, but sci-fi creepy. Ooh. Don't like the thoughts of... Yeah, cyborgs in the contemporary setting's interesting. Emma, what? I bought this to do a TBR game. Spoiler alert.
Has your claw arrived yet?
No, it hasn't.
That's dumb.
It was shipped before Christmas, but like 2 days before Christmas. And it was like, oh, it'll arrive on the 23rd. And I was like, it's shipped second class. It's not going to arrive in 2 days. And last week, my gran got a belated Christmas card that was shipped, well, posted second class on the 17th of December. And I was like, well, if the letters are that far behind, the parcels are going to be worse. So I'm going to give it until like the 23rd of January. And then I'm going to message the guy and be like, hey, like, I appreciate like things are shit. But I found even if I've sent things without like tracking or even without like proof of postage, you sometimes get like a tracking letter and at least it'll tell you if it's been delivered. So I can like at least like, where is that? Because if he's smart, he'll have kept it. So, because like I really
sent your books first class. So if they arrive before your claw does.
Yeah, there's definitely things I've ordered after that have arrived, but I don't know. I don't know. I think, to be fair, those have been like business things though, and I think if you've got like the drop and go, like I don't even know. That looks so cozy. It is. It's so soft. And I don't really like things that are too warm because like I get overheated very quickly. Like I'm gonna take this off soon. But it was like the best 20 quid I've spent. And it fits me. Like I didn't think it was gonna fit me. And it did. So Jamie read 40 pages.
Yes, Jamie.
I wish I had the strength. One, the strength and the energy to like be that prepared, but also to not be so like ADHD that by tomorrow I'd be like, I don't want this. And it goes to waste. But a marinated chicken. I want it.
Alright.
Oh, hello. 10 people in my toddler a snack. I don't see no food in my hands. I'm in a fucking onesie. Like, come on. I'm literally the epitome of a stereotypical 4-year-old boy. I have dinosaur plushies and a literal Toy Story alien onesie. Like,
don't you have any cake left?
I have a Dunkin' Donut. Oh shit!
There you go. You've got snacks.
I know, but
Dunkin'.
I want savory.
That's fair.
Just joined. What's everyone reading? I am reading Ascension by. Oh, I just gave myself.
Oh, Hannah, I really want to read that.
Oh my god, it's so good. Like I am obsessed.
Hannah can send you a copy. She has
I
a shop.
I can't, because it's an American release. I can't sell this through my shop for another 6 months, and I'm livid because if I could get this in bulk and just send it to everyone, I would. It's so dark. Like, it's
Hannah,
so brutal. I love
Honestly,
it.
I would advise you to get your pile of stock and show Robbie because I feel like he would be interested.
I was one of those. I'm one of the people. I did that as one of my top 10 recommendations last year on one of the months, and I've never heard anybody else talk about that book.
Honestly, like, I can't find anyone talking about it, but I put it as my first read of the year, and I haven't been able to finish it because every time I read a chapter, I then just have to sit and think about it for some time. Like, that she literally tortures like a friend of hers in chapter 1. Like, it's brutal. It's really, really dark. But I've been waiting for like a dark fantasy that's actually dark forever, and
rather
it's
than
so
just a dark romance.
yeah, none of that. None of that. This is
No,
literally
pure
like,
dark.
I was reading a bit to a friend of mine, and she was just like, I don't think I could read that. Like, I think that's too much. And I was like, it's just enough. Like, it's love it. Very
Right, Rob,
excited.
are you ready? You're getting yourself a personalized shopping experience with Waypoint Books.
Okay, so we had some new stock in today, is what she's implying. So we have.
I've already claimed some of them.
Concrete Rose arrived. The House of the Edge of Magic arrived, and can we just? The Ghost Garden also arrived today. How Your Story Sets You Free, which is a little motivational creative writing thing. Darwin's Dragons, which Ali has already reserved, which is just stunning. That's one of the ones that was in Gavin's video. It's like one of his anticipated releases. Starless Sea arrived today.
Is that the paperback?
Yeah, but it's mine. And that's mine too.
Yep, this one. I ordered 2 of these.
I loved Bunny. It is the most effed up thing I've ever read, but I loved it.
Can't wait.
Which is like a cult version of Heather's.
Oh, look, this is mine too.
Love the Hand on the Wall. Catch up, Emma.
Yeah, but look, Robbie, I will catch up when that exact book in Hannah's hands gets here because I paid for it.
Yeah, that is literally her copy that I need to post. And then the last one
I'm going to sign it like Mackenzie Lee would.
Oh!
Wouldn't be mad.
Oh, I did consider putting like a little postcard in, but not like fully signing it because that would be weird. Who would do that?
Mackenzie
Lee. But yes, no, I love this. This is genius. So for those of you who don't know anything about this, because as Robbie said, no one is talking about this nearly enough. Basically, a queen has taken over a kingdom and the magic relies on singing. So this main character here, her name is Cadence, and she can literally sing people to death.
Love it.
I don't know why. She gives me way loads of Charlize Theron vibes.
Yes. Yeah. I can see it.
I'm just like, this was a movie, it would be Charlize Theron.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And I like that it has LGBTQ characters, it has disability rep, and it has a fat protagonist as well, which I am here for.
Which we never see in fantasy.
You never see it in fantasy. And like, it's not even that she's fat and it's a problem. Like, it's a fat and it's a plus. Like, people want to be her. And
that's the thing. And that's what, God forbid, that is actually a mindset people can get behind.
I know. So, yes, very excited.
So, yes. Did we see what we were reading? I can't even remember. I got distracted by Hannah selling books.
Okay, Hannah's reading Ruin Song. Emma's reading Ascension. I'm reading Deck of Omens.
That was it. All my updates are food related. Valid. I also put my cat onesie on. Love it. Well, Kate, you can just say, if you're on page 350 now, you can just say you read 350 pages. I'm good with that. I have a
each to their own, Ali. Each to their own.
I mean, at least it's a chihuahua, not a hedgehog.
True.
Could you imagine? In case anyone's wondering, Carolyn, who was at least in here earlier, has a hedgehog.
Oh, okay.
And also a chihuahua. I was going to say a chihuahua was better than a rat, but honestly, some rats are bigger than a chihuahua, so...
My cats are bigger than chihuahuas.
I knew what you meant. Duchy's Rise. Where's the other Duchy? Oh, was it because VP showed up?
Mm-hmm.
Duchy's what? I finished. What do I read next? What are the options?
Yes, please give me options. I love helping people pick books.
I can't read the channel names, but oh wait, that's because I still have this up. There you go. I will have descriptions, like links in the description later, but I wasn't 100% sure like who was coming and everything, so I was like, I'll do it. I'll do it in the next sprint if I remember. I could just do it right now, but no.
So I've just had a cheeky little look because I saw someone had said about buying Ruin Song. Blackwell's, WH Smith's, and Barnes and Noble are all still selling pre-orders. If you want to get
WH Smith.
But yeah, just to let you know.
WH Smith do my tits in because they're not a bookseller, they're a newsagent. Like I have a distinct memory of being in WH Smith at one point. Like it was recently, like I was gonna say last year, probably like sometime 2019. And there was a girl in there with her gran, and she wanted the Hunger Games. I think she wanted the sequel. And she asked the bookseller, like, and they were like, "Oh, I can't remember who it's written by." And I was sitting there like, Suzanne Collins. This is book, like obviously they're not booksellers there, but I was like, this is book 101. Like
they honestly don't know.
If it had been a Waterstones and they were like, I don't know who wrote that, I'd have been like, nah. This is the one thing you know.
That's the one thing you get trained on day one.
Like the thing is, there are certain things, like I could go on about this all day, but like there are certain things like when you work in like a bookstore, like you're not going to know everything, but there are certain titles that it's like if you don't know this, like it'd be like not knowing who wrote the Magic School Boy Wizard series. You know, like it's something that everybody should know. Like if you are working in a bookstore, like it's considered unskilled work, but it's skilled. Like it is a skilled retail job because you have to give recommendations.
It's being kept up to date on stuff. So even if it isn't necessarily a skill, it is a requirement to at least know what is going on.
Yeah,
like in the industry.
I got in shit ones because Waterstones do their books in the month, right? Pro tip: unless you really like your local Waterstones, or like the people, like I'm really bad for this. It's a competition. This is giving away company secrets. But, you know, when I worked there now, oh my God, 4 years ago now, book of the month, the stores have a specific target. So, like, I think my store was a small store and we had to sell 15 of each of the books of the month a week. Otherwise, you were considered to be not doing your job. So when you're at the till and they're like, oh, this book's in the buy one, get one half price, and it's the book of the month, don't fucking do it because they're just trying to fill a quota. They will tell you, oh, this book's like really good, and they're really, what they've done is they've looked up a synopsis and went, ugh. Like the go-to line, right? You can tell, like if they actually are like, oh, I'm reading this and I'm really enjoying it and it's this and that, blah, fair enough. But see if they turn to go, oh, my colleague's reading this at the minute. Walk away, because that is the go-to for, I haven't had the time to look up what this book is about yet, but I need to sell it and my manager's right there, and if I don't try and plug it to you, I'm going to get in trouble.
And then there's me who will sneak in and be like, so they've recommended you this. I actually think you should get this instead. That's me. I start secretly selling to people. They're like,
yeah,
I just know what I'm talking about.
There's nothing worse than when you're browsing in the YA section and someone's like, oh, my daughter's 12 and she's like, you know, starting to read more advanced. Like, what would be good? And you can see the bookseller being like, I don't know about Sarah J. Maas. This is, what do I do? And then you were just like, I got you. Like, not everyone's going to know everything, but it pains me. I don't even know what I was doing with it.
It was like that time, Emma, when I voice noted you when I was in Waterstones, and the guy was trying to buy a gift for his daughter who was 16. She doesn't like fantasy. She just wants something light and contemporary. Oh, you should get her the Golden Compass.
Oh, God, yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
No?
Yeah, because I would argue that is definitely a contemporary.
Oh, 100%. You know what I mean? There's nothing magical about that at all.
No.
Just people going out, using astronomy.
See, this is the thing. So, like, I was trying to explain to my mum because I was talking to her about the fact that we've got the opportunity to like sell some certain magic school related books. And she's like, oh, they'd sell really quickly. And I was like, yeah, they probably would, but I don't want them on my site. And she was like, oh, well, you're cutting your nose to spite your face. I'm like, I'm not, because what I'll do is say, okay, Here's some things by some people that I would recommend. I've read these. I think these are great. Like, you saw how excited I got for Ruin's Song. I have that level of intensity for every book that I read that I really enjoy. And I think I'd rather talk about books. I'm like, yeah, let's. But that's because I can do it off my own back, and I haven't got to worry about Waterstones being mad at me because it's my business.
Like, there's times where I wish I could go back. Like, I love the job, and like, it's not. There's worse companies to work for. And I was just really unfortunate. Like, I mean, Gavin works for Waterstones. I was just really unfortunate to have a very shitty manager. And obviously I was undiagnosed with autism. Like, undiagnosed with? My autism was not diagnosed at the time. And he was a very old school guy. Like, even when I mentioned, like, mental health, I have this man. He tried to connect with me. And he was like, oh, you know, I've been there. He straight up, he took the yoga comment a step further. He recommended Tai Chi. And I was looking at this man in tears, like, stressed out, telling, like, this is a man who, I had a colleague the same age as me at the same time that, like, I remember my last Christmas there, oh my gosh, like, she got like 5 days off in a row over like Christmas, or like, it was like the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, or whatever she got off, because her mum was a nurse and was working on Christmas Day. And I was like, you don't need 5 days off in a row. I'd asked for, like, I specifically said, can I do no more than 2 days in a row? And if possible, can I not finish any later than 8 p.m. because, like, chronic fatigue? And he was like, yeah, sure. And then he was like, oh, I can't do this week because I've already done the rota. And then it never happened. And I was, like, so overworked, so stressed. And, like, I was obviously underappreciated. And I remember literally saying to, like, the deputy manager, I was like, you know, I was meant to get this and he said he couldn't do it. But then this person's came in and asked for this and got this off out of nowhere. And, it was shitty management. But, like, yeah, there's just something about how a company will tell you, like, I was a senior bookseller, and it'll be like, your role is to build rapport with customers and keep that rapport. Like, you want to keep them being like your friend, so they want to keep coming in. And then these customers that were regulars would come in, I would go and say hi, we'd talk about books, I would recommend them, and the manager would walk past and be like this and, like, point at the books that were yet to be shelved. And I'm like, my job description, the top of it is keep rapport with customers. This is what I'm doing. Like, I don't understand. So yeah, I would much rather work, like, in an indie or, like, my own bookstore where I can or booktube where I can be like, these are what I'm going to push. Fuck your book of the month. I mean, take the Murder Most Unladylike books. I've read the second one because it was the kids' book of the month one. It was February 2016, I'm sure it was. And I remember it was Kids Book of the Month, and I was like, right, I'll read that, so then I can say I've read it, I can hand sell it. And then I was reading it, and I was like, this feels a bit thingy. Fucking sequel. Like, why are you picking a sequel as your book of the month? And then they were like, oh, well, we can sell the first one. I was like, no, that's not going to happen. Because people are just going to buy the first one, not the second one.
It's true.
Book about best friend of the main character that almost died because he got run over, and the best friend was in a coma. 2 years later, best friend rambled back, and it's weird. Yeah, that sounds weird. Oh my god, I want a Dino Nightlight. Oh, our toddler loved that. My Christmas nails, I don't know why I put it like that. We're not. This is going to be a little bit gross because they're right here.
Are you going to show us the nails that have fallen off? Yeah, there it is.
These were my acrylics. I have a something-osaurus and a something-else-a-tops.
A something-osaurus?
I don't know my dinosaurs that well. Oh my god, Hannah, pre-order for us. Oh my god,
I've made a note. Like, I've made a note. There's, like, loads of books. Like, every now and then I'll get a message from someone saying, can you pre-order this for me? And basically, because of the contracts I have with the distributor, I can't pre-order anything. So I can get things on, like, the day they're released, I can order them, but I can't pre-order anything. So that's why. So what I do is I've got a whole spreadsheet of books to pre-order that I will then tell everyone about when I can get them in.
I love dark fantasy.
Yeah, you love it.
For dark fantasy. These are 2 t-shirt ideas. We have one other.
Yes, and what you need is, like, split. So, like, there may be, like, different colors down the middle. So it's like black and white, and then, like, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah,
I love The Wayward Children.
Wayward Children is great, but I would argue that it's not dark.
It's not dark.
Not comparatively.
Magic, you say? How did I know? Well, Kate, you're in America, so you can get that book. On you go.
Yeah, do it.
Oh my god. Someone needs to get Gavin a t-shirt that says I'm just a pussy, so I mostly read middle grade, because I know he would wear that. Hold on, I'm taking a picture of this because I need to send it to Gavin and be like, found a quote for you.
My favourite Gavin quote was "I'm iconic by accident," and I just love that as a brand.
See, when people say it to me like someone earlier was like, "Oh, like this is amazing" or whatever. Like, I hope you do weekly sprints. I'm like, I don't know how this happened, but okay. I've got a Chihuahua, a Corgi Chihuahua mix. Okay, a cat, a turtle, 3 hermit crabs, and 3 rats. Yeah, no. Listen, your only problem is you're not getting enough rats. That's all I'm saying.
I would argue that is a menagerie. Like, you have enough now.
I don't think enough people. I love that word. I don't think enough people use the word menagerie or own menagerie enough.
If you think that's a menagerie, my cousin has 2 Rottweilers, 3 Maine Coons, 2 blue macaws, 3 African greys, 2 eclectus parrots, 2 cockatoos, 15, 25 cockatiels, and a couple of budgies. And then an array of other animals, from other parrots to small animals for boarding.
That's an intense menagerie.
And a newborn baby.
Oh, okay. Just casually on the end of the list.
Literally.
No one cares about this. No, I could out.
That's an ark. What you've got there is a Noah's Ark in the making.
Yeah, but see the human child, the human one. Oh, like I was picking up stuff because it's obviously my cousin, but like she has a pet supply thing, so I was getting stuff for the rats the other day. Never actually got it because she didn't have it ready, so I need to go back and get that. But the dad answered the door and he was like, so we went into the business, but he was like, Auntie Emma, take baby, while he went up to put his dressing gown on, and like she's so tiny, even though she's like 6 weeks old now, and I honestly hit peak like broodiness. Like I knew I was getting broody and I knew it was like this major crisis because I was like, I went from being intensely asexual to like, I want a man to get married and have a baby. And then I'm holding this child and I was literally like smelling her. Like, you hear people do that. And I was like, she smells so nice. And I was like, oh, fuck this. And then obviously I had that, like, she's just came out my cousin's vagina not that long ago. And I was like, this is weird.
She'll have been bathed since then. Like, you can chill on that.
But like, I still sometimes think about the fact that I came out of a vagina and I get a bit freaked out and have to go and have a shower. So it's been 24 years.
It is honestly one of the best smells, like a newborn baby smell, because you can just never replicate it, no matter how hard people try. You can't. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's just that lovely kind of softness.
Was the first time I met Lucy and I was like hugging her, holding her, and my cousin was like, I was like, oh, your skin's so nice. And my cousin was like, do you not think it feels like rat's tails? And I was like, oh my god, it does. So now I just like stroke the rat's tails, like, oh, you're like a little baby. Everyone, I can just see the watch count of the sprints like going down. It's like, yeah.
Oh, it's all my kids now.
Yeah,
see, I'm not broody at all. So.
I fucking knew it. Karis, the link is still there if you need to come in and shout at us. Okay, Jade City, Wonder Stuff, Dread Nation, Well of Ascension, The Lies of Laura.
I'm going to say Jade City.
I was going to say Wonder Stuff just because it sounded intriguing, and I'm going to go to Amazon and like have a look because it sounds like a middle grade. Oh, wait, is it meant to be Wonder Smith?
No, I think there is a book called Wonder Stuff as well.
Stuff, yeah.
Wonder seems to be like a big thing at the moment, like Wonder Smith, Wonder Stuff, Wonder Skate.
It's a tag word at the moment.
Literally, I don't know what it is. I love like looking at those trends and like books, like whether it be a cover thing or a word.
Amazon.
But Lies of Lochlamora is another epic fantasy that made me cry. So.
Okay, I've googled Wonder Stuff and I'm not finding anything. So
I'd be careful googling that. God knows what will come up.
Yeah. Becoming a teacher, we'd love to be a bookseller as well. Vote for Well of Ascension. Maybe you can be a bookseller before you finish your study and become a teacher. I don't think there's enough time. I just completely changed my pronunciation of that. I've been saying Tamar and I just went Tamar.
Tamar. I would recommend, if you're becoming a teacher, set up like a book club or a book amnesty type thing where you get kids to bring in books and recommend them to each other and then donate them to each other. Because when I was a teacher, we had basically like a shelf at the back of the head of English's department room, and kids could, like, once they'd read books, could just leave them there and then just help themselves. And it encouraged people that can't necessarily get easy access to books, even though we have a library and you can take those, but they're taking it home and they're keeping it for themselves. And I think there's something really special in that. And what I really loved is they then started doing it was called like the book amnesty. So you literally just go and like help yourself. Like older students started leaving little notes in them saying, be careful, you'll cry on the next page, and like stuff like that. It was super cute. So I think there's ways that you can definitely like be a bookseller whilst being a teacher and not worrying about it like conflicting. There are so many little things like that.
While booksellers are great and like they do a lot of work, bloggers as well, like it's the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, we're not actively like, I think the thing with booksellers is booksellers' main loyalty in a sense is to their bookstore. So like when I worked at Waterstones, obviously my priority was like, oh, I need to get my shop stats to be good. Like I need to try and get these books of the month to prove that we're good booksellers, and like I want us to get money. Whereas as a reviewer, obviously, like if I saw someone browsing my friend Estelle's book, I would be I would scare those people into buying those books. But like as a reviewer, my sort of agenda is purely on getting those books, whether it's because I love an author and I'm like, hey, Akemi Don Bowman, go. Or it's just because I like the book and I want people to read it. Like, I do feel like we undervalue ourselves for what we do as like book people online, whether you have a YouTube channel and do live streams and upload every day, or you just read books and put it on Goodreads and rate it. Like all of that, it has such value. And like I think people are starting to see that, and a lot of authors see it. Like you see it in what's the word? Acknowledgements all the time, where they thank the booksellers and the bloggers and stuff. Like in Akemi's book, Harley in the Sky, she literally has she thanks all the reviewers and stuff, but she actually singles out specific people that have done like a shitload. And it's like, it just goes to show, like, we really do impact, even if we don't necessarily impact sales. Like, we're doing something for the author and like giving them that.
But that's why authors get so butthurt when they don't get those reviews. Like, I obviously came out with my anthology this year. Nearly every single paperback I sold was on the back of being included in reviewers' videos. And especially considering when I published it, like, I wasn't really that part of the community yet. Like, that made a massive difference. So I think that's why they get so hurt, is because they know that we have power in what we say. And even if you like have a negative review of something, someone might take that and go, like, say for example, if I say, okay, well, I love like dark fantasy, if then I talk about something, I'm like, it's not dark enough, they didn't talk about this enough. Like, I know that Shadow and Bone is a massively loved series, but for me there were so many opportunities for really dark, gritty moments of grey morality, and they just didn't bother. Like, they just skated over it. But if I say that in a review, someone's going to go and go, oh well, I read Ruin Song, that was too dark for me, but she doesn't think this is dark enough, it's probably going to be perfect.
So. And I think that's the problem, is like, I think authors, a lot of authors do understand how much we do. So when people do like a negative review or whatever, they take that to heart, because they suddenly forget that actually the negative reviews can help, just if not more. So, every single bit of mental health help I've had, love it. Study sorted. Yeah, I do not blame you. Like, don't put yourself into work if you're not in the position to like handle it. Like, you've got your whole life to work. Robbie, what's all the things on your wall?
Playbills, all programs from theatre shows.
How I miss
that
theatre.
Basically, I just had loads of programs, like, because I was like, I want to get a program, I want to support the show. Yeah. The thing is, I ended up with like an overflowing box, and I'm like, and when I was like going to be training, I was like, I want to see where these people went to drama school. I need to keep a tally sheet going. Yeah, there's this many people at Mount View in shows currently, or the kind of shows I'd be casting, they're mainly casting from here. But then I was like, they're getting this and they're going to start getting damaged because the weight of them is just, they're tilting over. So I was like, what can I do with them? I'll frame them. These frames are, I think, like all like £2. And they just look nice and they cover all the scratches in the walls.
Love that. I love, because I'm the same. I like collecting. I will always get a program, whether it's a tiny little amateur dramatics thing or like a London West End thing, because I mean, for a start, I'm such a hoarder anyway, but I love having like a tangible thing that you can take home with you afterwards, because then I can sit and like think about it. Like, I love that. I was having a look through earlier because I was trying to find my Specsavers prescription, and I found all the ones that from like a few years ago. I went to see Ghost at my local theatre.
Local theatre. Oh,
it was really bad. But even that, like, I walked away just being like looking at it this afternoon, like I remembered when they do like the bit at the end where it's really sad and they say goodbye and I could hear the audience crying. I just remember myself laughing, and like, I know it's horrible. I know I'm a horrible person, but like, even just having like the Ghost thing, like finding it again, brought it all back. I cried the whole way through Warhorse, cried the whole way home, cried for 3 days afterwards.
Right, I went to see The Addams Family a few years ago, and I'm in the front row, sitting down. There's a couple next to me, and then this other couple shows up, and they're like, "You're in our seats," and they're like, "No, these are our seats." Now, the opening of like the stage, the beginning set for Addams Family is a big gate, and it has like a big A, right? It's very obvious kind of what you're there for. So this couple are like having a sort of mini like, oh no, like these are definitely our seats. Oh, and they look at their tickets and they're like, you know, A1, A whatever. The couple that were already sat down, their tickets were for, this was like, say, January 2018 or 2017. Their ticket was for Warhorse in January 2018. They somehow got sent tickets a year in advance, showed up to this theatre that had Addams Family all over it, and got in.
Didn't put two and two together.
Hey, the issue there is with the ushers and the ticket house. They're the ones who let them through.
Well, honestly, it's honestly had me contemplate like keeping a hold of tickets and just like going along at any point.
She's like, hey.
I tell you what, like a specific shout out for theatre stuff. If you do you like improv comedy? Because there's Ostentatious. I think they do like a radio podcast as well. But basically, when you rock up, you are given like a little slip where you can write in a Jane Austen title. And then what they do is they pick out titles from a hat, and they'll be like, okay, we know that Jane Austen wrote these 7 books, but actually she wrote 146 books that no one knew about. Here are all the titles that didn't make it, and they'll read them out, and then they'll pick one out at random that they will then perform, and it will be, so it's completely different every time you go and see it. You can see it more than once. I've been 3 times. I've been so many times that the actress that's in it, Carrie-Anne Lloyd, who has been on QI and Never Mind the Buzzcocks and all that sort of stuff, recognised me because I was like, hi, your stalker's back, I've been to see it again. And then they perform, and it's basically an ostentatious, a Jane Austen ripoff, but it's so funny and so clever.
Based in Edinburgh, and they do a lot of the fringe called Spontaneous Potter, and there's one guy in it who has never seen or read Harry Potter, and he did an article recently where he basically says what he thinks happens in the Harry Potter series just based on this improv thing. So obviously people have like really stupid like ideas there, so he's just taking it from this improv. But one of my favorite improvs is the Improv Musical. They are based from Warwick Uni, and they come up to the Fringe every year, and it is brilliant. Like, they start the show, you sit there and you come up with a couple of different characters, a setting, and a title, and then you come up with the name of the first song, and then they go, and then it stops halfway through. And then they're like, right, how are we going to, we're in the middle of a conflict. Give us like a dance style or a music style to like resolve this to. And I remember there was one where like Santa was in the Tibetan mountains because he wasn't feeling Christmassy. And they stopped it. And my mum suggested Gangnam Style. And the guy was like, that's a song, not a style. I was like, well, do K-pop. And literally you could see everyone that was in the cast, their faces just drained. And at the end, they were like, that was brilliant. They're like, we prepare for everything. We've done ballet, we've done Morris dancing. Like we prep for everything, but we didn't think to do Gangnam Style.
K-pop. Yeah.
And we were in tears. But I mean, it got to the point, I think 2018, when I was going like every fucking day, and it got to the point where they were like about to give me like a merch. I was like, you need to sell merch. I want a hat. Oh, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
No, I love those kind of improv style. I think the best one that I saw was Shitface Shakespeare.
Oh,
So
I really
good.
want to see that. I really want to see
I
that.
saw them do Romeo and Juliet, and how it kind of works is they've got a wheel, they spin the wheel, whoever it lands on has to get shit-faced. It was the tiniest little girl in the car. She had to down 2 bottles of wine and 4 cans of beer. And then they also then spin the wheel for who gets parts. She got Juliet. And literally, they have 2 bouncers on the side of the stage because sometimes the guys try and walk off the stage, which she tried to do. She's like this, Romeo, you bastard, stop walking away from me. Tried to run off the stage. She started to go side off. I was wetting myself, like, because you'll never see the same show twice.
No,
Like,
no.
Yeah.
I can
These
imagine.
So special. Love that.
Oh,
I honestly, we need to have a theatre live stream one day where we just talk theatre and have.
I can't wait for theatres to be open and just go to the theatre again. I remember.
I would actually go and see Chicago. And I fucking hated that show. But like, I'm supposed to be seeing the opening night of Frozen in London in April, and I'm just like, please. I've already had it postponed from November. I gotta see my gal front row, and it's opening night. There's usually celebrities. Like, not that I'll be able to fucking tell because we'll all be in masks, but.
No,
right.
I was very lucky. I got to see 2 shows in November. I was very lucky.
I thought you were like disappearing, and I was like, "Oh no, it's Emma."
Yeah, I saw 2 shows. Bye. No,
Yeah.
I got to see luckily 2 shows for my birthday, and like one of them I was dying to see. I've been wanting to see 6 for ages, and I was like, I finally saw 6. And then I saw some random panto, which was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, but I loved it.
Probably the best moment ever.
You're so deprived. I think it was just there was this song in the middle, and basically they were just making a big joke about how Disney copyright everyone who does any of their songs. And he was pretty much, it was the 6 Note Disney, and it was the most sexualized thing about Disney you've ever seen. And I was like, cool, we're going down this for slut drop, singing I'll Make a Man Out of You. You're almost there, pointing at your back. And I was like, I needed you to do that again. I need to record that. I need to see that all the time.
I wish someone had been recording me when I saw Frozen on Broadway for Hugo. Like, I was not expecting. I don't know if any of you guys have seen. Well, obviously it's not being in the UK, but the costume the ensemble come out in, was not expecting that in a Disney children's musical. It was just, I mean, they're supposed to be in a sauna, so you know, you don't really wear anything in a sauna. I'm just trying to say
not
it,
not an Oaken's trading post. Ooh,
no.
sauna.
Have you guys
a video of me with Oaken, like, because I was obviously vlogging the trip, and then like, oh my god, I have a video of me with Patty Murin, who played Anna, and she's like, oh, I think you're on video, and she has the best cackle. Like, I cackle when I laugh, but she's like, I'm gonna see if I can find it, because it's honestly it's like,
all I've ever heard is you wheezing.
Literally, Emma, you are the penguin. You are Squeaky from Toy Story. Big summer blower.
Right, where am I? I've got all my fucking bonus fair videos.
Honestly, if I could get a spin-off from any character in a Disney film, it would be Oaken. I love him.
Yeah, he deserves a spin-off.
Oh, it's me and Alex Boniello from Dear Evan Hansen. Oh, fucking beautiful man. Right, where are we?
I love how Emma's like, we'll have a stream one day about musicals. It's happening now.
Yeah. I got the.
She's just such an iconic catchphrase.
It's just the.
Did you hear her cackle?
Yeah, you guys kind of harmonized your cackles.
Can I get one too? Yeah. I think you're on video. Oh, I pressed the button.
I one as well, which never happens. Oh my goodness. The last show that I saw was Peter Pan Goes Wrong, but like, honestly,
Oh, I love that show.
Whatever show comes around, like, first, I'm going. Like,
Honestly.
I don't care if it's, as I say, I hated Chicago. Like, put it this way, one of the last shows, like, that I saw in London was, I'm saying that, I don't know when I was last in London, but I went to London with my ex, and we saw Miss Saigon. And I hated it, but this was like a trip where I was like so ready to be done with him. So like I just didn't enjoy the show because I was like, I'm fed up with you. So like
You ruined Miss Saigon to me.
So yeah, he literally did. Like I did not enjoy it. And God bless the world, because pretty much the entire London cast transferred to Broadway. So then I went to New York, and we go to the ticket booth, and we're like, what's the cheapest musical? And they were like, Chicago. And I was like, absolutely not. That's fucking awful. So we saw Miss Saigon. But like I would go and see Chicago again, and like bless them. They were just having a really bad day at Chicago when I went, because like I didn't like the staging, but they have all the choreography and they all take their chairs. The amount of chairs that were like falling over and like clattering. I was like, come on, guys. Like, you know, you've got like 14-year-old me sitting there being like, oh, I've only got into theater in like the last like year, but like I know everything, and how dare you drop those chairs? Like, oh no. No.
Unprofessional.
Right, where am I? Tai Chi. Wait, we're past there. We're here. Bookstore isn't an indie, but it's a small one. Yeah. Don't even have a bookstore. Could not. Like, my nearest bookstore is like a 15-20 minute drive. It's an indie store and I love it. But like, yeah, like I envy people who live like in cities or like somewhere really close to like a bookstore that they can just like go to. Like Hannah, basically, because her bookstore
I've
is.
got like a Waterstones, an Oxfam bookshop, and like another
I
charity one.
You have your own books.
Then I've also got mine. No, this is what I'm saying. So like independents, there's 2 children's bookshops that are never open. The nearest independent bookshop from me is an hour and a half drive. And I did a tour of all of the bookshops in Kent. And there are only 12. Well, there were only 12. There are now only 7. And when we went round, only 6 of them were open.
I'm not surprised. When I lived in Kent, there wasn't a bookshop in the town I was in.
No, they're like so far, like, and it's literally like an hour between each one. It's a joke. That's why I started my bookshop.
In the city of Edinburgh, like we've got like second-hand ones like Armchair Books that I love, and you've got Topping and Co, Blackwell's, but the Portobello bookstore is an indie one that's like new books, and I love it. Like I remember I went for a writing workshop. Oh my God, that was like March, literally a couple of days before lockdown was announced. And I had bought Harley in the Sky from them, went and got a tattoo. Like it was that day. I went and bought the book and a couple other books. And then I was like, Gran, do you want to go and get your tattoo for Granda? She was like, yeah, okay. So my artist had space, and then he kept joking that he had space. And then 2 clients that were coming in after like cancelled. And I was like, it's fine. Like, I was like, if Gran gets another tattoo, then I'll have to get one because then she'll have passed me. And my Gran was like, this is my 5th one. And I was like, what? I was like, this can't be your 5th. That means you've got one more than me. So I was like, fuck it, let's get Harley in the Sky tattoo. So yeah, like I remember then tweeting when I was going to the bookshop for the workshop, I remember tweeting them and being like, I need one of you to take a photo of me reading Harley in the Sky. And I remember like they literally came up to me, and one of them, she was like, Emma, she's like, let's do your photo shoot. And I was like, I love the fact that like you know who I am from Twitter, and like you know you want like I'm doing a photo shoot with my tattoo in the book. And they gave us wine, so I was like so down for it. 1 normal bookstore, 1 gigantic library, and 1 tech. Our library's fucking abysmal. Like I think they have the 5th book of the Mortal Instruments, and that's like it. And don't even ask about ordering. No.
We used to have one of those, and that was my fave. Like, I was like, Sam, do you have this? I don't know. The stock is just on the floor. Like, literally on the floor.
Robbie, you will die when I take you to Armchair Books. Like, you walk in, it's just corridors of books.
That's like, my favourite thing.
All the way up
that.
I'm just like, I need to liberate these books.
Yeah. So it's like when you go in, it's like the sci-fi bit. Like, they've actually got like a map. But like it's the second-hand books, and then you go around, and then you get into the antique, and they have a Bible that is like, honestly, it's probably not even wide enough to like fit in the frame. It's brilliant. I'm lucky. My thrift stores, my charity shops here are really good for books. Like I found like fairy loot books.
Oh my god,
like,
Emma, like, it's ridiculous what you find at Emma.
And then people like, oh my god, a few years ago when I was hauling in the summer, and it was like this. I think it was 2017. I think it was the year that I left Waterstones, and I honestly was buying like 70 books a month. And people were like, "Oh my god, what a waste of money!" And I was like, "I found a charity shop that does 4 books for £1. I am
You're not gonna
thriving."
get 3, are you? You're gonna get 4.
Yeah, because they still charge you £1. Newborn babies have a lush smell of cuddles and
They
softness.
do.
Clouds, like clouds. Yeah, I'm like that with armchair books. They don't always have books that I want, but I will just sit there and smell. The only thing they are missing is a cat. Wonderscape. Oh yeah, but
Yes,
did we ever pick
Wonderscape.
it? I think Lies of Loch Lamora and Jade City. Just so you know, I'm 5 minutes behind comments. Wow. Wilder Girls, love it.
Wilder Girls. I still don't know how I feel about it, but I really enjoyed it.
I have Burn Our Bodies Down in my massive NetGalley TBR, and that's really high on my list.
I've never read Aurora Powers.
I liked. Okay, if you like dark, Wilder Girls is dark. Like it feels like what's the Golding one where they're all on the island? Lord of the Flies. It's like a feminist Lord of the Flies.
I thought you meant gold cover.
no. Is it like William Golding?
I'm down, and like I love me like a kind of dystopian kind of vibe. Like I'm down.
Oh, it is. It's very sci-fi, very dystopian. It is really dark. The only thing is a lot of people have a real issue with the final 3 chapters. That's the only thing. And I don't know how I feel about them. I would recommend it. I think it's great, but it's just the ending is a bit...
I'm down.
Right. If you're not going to read Assassin's Blade or Keeper or even Harry Potter, what would your options be? I like picking up... I can't pick my own books. Like, even when I have like a TBR set, I'm still like, oh, but which one? So, but I can do it for other people.
Me too.
Oh, someone not a big fan of Wilder Girls. Wondersmith. Thought so. Also, hey, fellow Fibro. I don't know why I'm so happy.
I still need to read Hollow Parks.
Fucking sucks for us, doesn't it? Wondersmith. I think I'm going to reread Nevermore and then continue on because I feel like I've forgotten everything that happened. And
the thing is, the thing I hate about Nevermore, which I hate, how everyone does compare it to the Magic School book. I'm like, this.
What did I just say earlier, Hannah?
That's exactly
literally because the thing is, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed those Magic School books at a time, but I can objectively look back now, they are not the best written things. Well, for me, Jessica Townsend really has a way with books and words. Like these characters are really they don't feel like middle grade books. They feel like real YA books with fully realised characters. And it's just really original. I mean, I would never have thought of using a brolly as a form of transportation.
And that's very much ripped from Mary Poppins.
I mean, she flies with it, and she's one of a kind. I mean, she's practically perfect. No one's rooting for her.
When you said it, then my brain went, wait, Mary Poppins.
And I didn't even think of her.
Yeah. I'm reading These Violent Delights. I don't know if I want to read that or not. I think I have a NetGalley
I do.
But Miss Mayhem, I do have that series as well.
I really want to read the Rebel Belle series. I'm so far behind on like old school YA.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know Emma has all of them in hardback. I've eyeballed them on your shelf.
I think I really like the older, like sort of 2014 to 17 era. Like that's when I really started getting back into reading in 2014. Like it was weird because like I'd left school, I was like going around shops in the local like shopping like place looking for like thingies, whatever. My brain isn't working. Walked past Waterstones, they were hiring, so we went in. Mum was like, "Oh, you love reading? That would be great for you." And like that's how I got the job. And it was funny because like I barely read, but like it was just like the known thing that Emma was a reader. So yeah, like back in 2014, like I barely read. I read like 30 books. And then even up to like 2017, it's only really been like sort of 2018, 2019 that I've really got into reading and like started working out what I'm into. So I definitely missed out on a lot of the stuff, sort of 2014 to 17 era. So I'm quite keen to like go back and
No, I
Those are
think it's
the
quite
exact
interesting.
years I was doing my undergrad, so I didn't read anything that wasn't on a reading list.
Literally, I find that really interesting when you find those year niches. Like mine has found out to be 2009 to 2011. Like
But
really
then I was going
trashy YA.
to say that works for
Same.
age ranges, but there's only 2 years between you two, and that's scary to me. VP gave it 4 stars. I actually thought it said very good, but was gay, and I was about to say, don't come here if you're going to be homophobic. I was like, gory and gay are two
Wrong
different
target audience.
Completely.
We stand the gays.
3
Love the
years not
gays.
local bookstore. I honestly, I was the same team, Aaron. Like something in the last couple of years, like I very much was that stereotypical autistic kid that didn't talk to people. And I think now I've just kind of I've managed to get myself in a place, like really luckily, where I'm just like, okay, Hannah knows for a fact that I am not as like secure and stuff as like I think I would. The same with Robbie. Like there's definitely situations where I'm like, oh my god, these people hate me. But like outwardly, I can very much be like, do you know what? Like people are gonna not like me no matter what. So I would rather just go out there and try and like talk to people if I'm feeling in the mood to do it. It's a weird situation.
100%. I'm the same.
I don't get creeped out very easily. Oh well, Catherine, if you like it and you discovered you really like dark, creepy books, she's your gal.
Literally, go to Hannah.
I'm trying to get a reputation for like it started off as gothic fiction, and now it's just a case of anything dark, but not necessarily horror, but dark.
Like
Have you,
dark academia, but without the academia. But if the
Have
academia
you
is there, that's
have
cool
you read
too.
Catherine House?
Have I read what?
Catherine House.
No, it's on my like. I don't own it yet. I want
That's
it.
one that it's on my wish list, and I want it. And I was like, has Hannah read it? Because that would really entice me over.
I'm really excited. It was one of the ones where it came out just after Gothtober ended, and I was like, oh, if only, because yeah, it looked great. That and Mexican Gothic. I've got on my shelf. I just need to read it, and I'm so excited for it.
Of Mexican Gothic. I can see the three of us ending up with some sort of book club where we read these types of books just because Robbie loves like Robbie loves a buddy read. And
I've got 7 going on this month.
Yeah, I've already started helping. Like, there's another book club that is Worldly Readers, and they want me to start getting the books in for their book club so that they can offer people who are a part of their book club a discount. And I'm here for it. Like,
I honestly, like, you know, when you're talking about like the Patreon thing, even if it was a case of setting up like a Patreon and it was like people paid like £1 or £2 like membership fee a month, like just to guarantee that bit of a discount on their book or whatever, like I don't know, like I would do it. And then obviously you get to control like only the book club members come to the live. Like I know it's a little bit thingy because obviously like you want it to be accessible and like not everyone can afford it, and like should like the book club, like I don't know.
Well, that's why at the moment it's on the Discord for the Dead Famous one, the Skullduggery. So I've offered this. Usually it's $6.99 and I'm selling it for £5 exactly. And then obviously it's postage on top. But you pay postage on top regardless of what you pay for it anyway. But because it's the first one in the series and it's we're doing the read along, I was like, there's no reason why, seeing as I can get them in, why wouldn't I? As an incentive, you're going to be taking part in the read along anyway, and now you're also helping support me as a creator. So it's a win-win, is kind of how I see it. And I'd like to keep doing
that. I've ordered 5 books from Hannah, and wait,
in the last 2 days.
4 or 5. Yeah, I'm not including today's books. But like 5 books, fair enough, one of them was gifted. But like it was like 35 quid. Like that's cheaper than probably what I would have got on Amazon. I'd have been looking at about 40.
I definitely will support you, Hannah.
Thank
you. Especially it sounds like you read the books that I want to read anyway.
Yeah.
I have Waypoint logo, so if you like the logo.
And the logo's on everything. So I'll show you that I've set up an Instagram and the Twitter as well. And we do like Waypoint Wednesdays. So basically on a Monday, I put a poll of 4 books that are neither new releases, so they've come out in like the last week or so, or they're books that I absolutely love. You then pick which of the 4 you like the best, and everyone votes. And then that one on Wednesday, I put a discounted link up every single Wednesday, and there's an opportunity to get one of those 4 discounted. But there are only 30 copies. So once those 30 copies have gone, the price goes back up to normal. But it's just a little incentive for people to support someone they don't know, but also to just kind of like build up. But I mean, the problem is I love giving stuff away for free, but that's not good when you're trying to run a business.
No,
So discounted is like a happy medium.
Literally the other day when she was like, "Oh, I have this Odyssey paperback," and I was like, "Oh, I need it for my collection." She's like, "I'll just send it to you," and I was like, "No, I buy."
Literally, I've had so many people I'll be like, "Oh, do you want that like at cost?" And they're like, "No, Hannah, I'm paying you because I'd pay you if it was a book." I'm like, "I can get it to you for cost." Like for this one, I was like, "I really want someone to buddy read this with me. Do you want it at cost?" And they're just like,
Robbie's like,
I'm desperate to read that.
This one.
Yeah, but the annoying thing is, I'm 100% certain it is going to be in my January fairy loot box. 100% certain.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave it the most basic of theme names. Like, honestly, Hannah, anything Greek mythology based, I'm your boy.
Yeah.
I love anything Greek mythology based.
In which case, if you like Greek mythology based stuff and you also like 2009 to 2011, have you read Josephine Angelini's Star-Crossed trilogy?
I have the first 2 books here. The thing is, I tried watching the TV series and I was what the hell is this fluff TV?
They are
Emma couldn't deal.
So the Star-Crossed TV series.
I just got so excited. I was like, I'm just going to give them a moment.
Like, give me a minute. So the Star-Crossed TV series is all kind of like, I think there's 2. There's one that's like werewolfy and there's one that's like alien-y. The book series with Josephine Angelini is completely different. And basically it's Paris and Troy retold as like a YA romance type thing, and it's so good. Like it's cheesy as like it's trash.
I love that because the thing is that kind of time period, like the 2008 to 2011 time period, is just a cheesy, easy reads.
Yeah, they're great.
Emma.
My cheesecake donut is filled with a cream cheese frosting.
Amazing.
It's filled. I didn't expect it to be filled because it's a circle. It's got like the hole,
and yet still. Wow. Magic.
I can't believe I only paid £1.30 for these.
Box. I never see Dunkin' Donuts in London. Never.
No.
I was in the ass end of nowhere and found a fucking Dunkin'. I was like, Dunkin'? And
the thing is, I love a Dunkin' Donut.
The thing is, my mum was walking with me. She was like, "Who's Dunkin'?" She was like, "You know a Dunkin'?" It's like, no, not Duncan. Dunkin'.
Dunkin'.
Your face then just made me die. Like, just Dunkin'.
Dunkin'.
We've got 3 Krispy Kremes, but no Dunkin'.
Literally, yeah, we're the same. We have all those Krispy Kremes.
But yeah.
This is how you know you've found the chronic illness, people. Like, what illnesses have you got? Oh my goodness. Right, here we go. Diagnosed autism. Technically ADHD, but the psychiatrist went ADHD, but I'm not putting it down. I was like, helpful. Possibly OCD. Again, couldn't be asked assessing me. Fibromyalgia, potentially heads. I did go for the Ehlers-Danlos assessment, but they were like, you don't pass the beta, so we're saying no. And I was like, I don't pass the beta now because I'm stiff and sore, but I did in the past, and that should count. But they were like, oh, we'll give you fibro. And I was like, okay, whatever. Honestly, probably so much. Specifically, I think mentally that hasn't been assessed. Like things like CPTSD, all of that shit. But instead of dealing with it professionally, I talk about it on lives while eating donuts.
At least someone's talking about it.
Sometimes that's all you need, just an outlet to talk about it.
Is it actually major? This is the thing, right? I had this conversation with someone about trauma when I realized that like having like CPTSD means that rather than having a traumatic event, it's just multiple things that have built up. And I was like, well, see, the things that I think might have led to, or that were traumatic, they don't like affect me. Like I'm not dealing with like flashbacks. I'm not constantly thinking about them. I'm not like triggered. So like, do I need to deal with it? Like, what if I go and deal with it and it opens up and then it becomes a problem? But then it becomes this whole thing where I'm like, well, what if it is internally a problem? But I'm just like, you know what? Bigger things to deal with this year.
I think that's the thing. It's like so many people think that trauma is only going to come out in like flashbacks and having like those like really extreme, because that's how media has taught us you can deal with trauma. But you can deal with trauma in like 100 different ways. A trauma can be in how you preemptively organize yourself before an event happens. Like going into a situation knowing it's going to be an argument can be traumatic for you if you know, for example, how arguments have gone with that person in the past. So I've been like reading excuse the title. This is a collection of short stories by Emma Cline, and she's the same woman who wrote The Girls. And this was recommended to me by a friend who loves like literary fiction. But it is all about like domestic trauma, and it's how those little things that we completely ignore as like, oh, that's just part of life, have a impact on you like later on. So like having certain conversations with your mum could then impact how you then speak to other women like later on in life and stuff. So I think it is like, it's good that you're talking about it, because I think sometimes it just gets ignored.
Like, it's just the sort of normalizing it. Like, yeah, okay, like I don't see a therapist and no one's actually sat down and went, because this is the thing, right? I have thought like it would be interesting to go and like get fully psychoanalyzed, but then I also feel like they turn around and go, wow, you're a major psychopath and we should lock you up before you turn into
no one's ever going to do that. That's never going to happen. A friend of mine was actually diagnosed as a psychopath, and that's still not how they greet you. Like, it's more just a case of like, for him, he could not work out why he kept getting into the same arguments over and over again, and why people just couldn't see his way. And basically his psychologist, so psychotherapist, was just like, but why do they need to see your way? And he's like, well, because I'm right and wrong. And all the narcissism and stuff like that kind of like slowly came out. And he came around my house and was just like, yeah, I've been told I'm a psychopath. Yeah. And I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, actually, yeah. But it's not even like in a nasty way. It's just that's how his brain works.
But you know what I think, right? I genuinely think that, you know how like there's people like me who are obsessed with true crime. I think we are psychopaths. But I think what it is, like for me, I'm just fascinated how these people, like, I can understand certain things about them. Like when they, you know, like, oh my God, Manhunt Unabomber, fucking love that. Like I understood his manifesto. Like I got Ted Kaczynski's thinking. But the difference is I was like, but I wouldn't make bombs and send them to people. And I think that's what it is. I think that's the difference. Is I think we are psychopaths. These people are psychopaths. But we don't have the same switch that makes us go and kill people. And the people, the thing is, people see psychopaths as those who commit crime.
Yeah, because that's like Criminal Minds and everything like that tells us that if you were a psychopath. But they did, Channel 4 did a documentary on psychopathy, and it was so fascinating. And they said that a lot of like surgeons and high business people and bankers and things like that have psychopathic tendencies. They're not nasty people, but it just gives them an edge when it comes to like making tough decisions. They won't sit there and like, oh, but what if? No, they will just make a decision. And it's the idea that it can be anything from you being a type A personality to a type B personality, all the way along a spectrum to being like psychopathic and things like that. So I find it fascinating. And I think people, no matter what spectrum you're discussing, you can never put people in a box. It's always going to be, they're always going to be somewhere. And there's always going to be facets of them that are different and that will change. Their opinions will change and things like that.
The autism conversation, like that one book that could be to a T that author's autistic experience. And I sat there and I was reading it like, this sounds like you've Googled it and tried to make it fit what autism is. And it's like the same, like I loved the book Queens of Geek. I thought it was great and I loved the autism rep. Don't know why I called it autism, but anyway. But there's someone in my autism group chat that absolutely hates the book and like thinks the rep is awful, and it's you know, we're all just different. But yeah, one of my favorite magicians, the guy that I have the cloud tattoo for, I say magician, he's a mentalist, but he studied criminology, and one of his shows was called Psychological, and he did like a jokey thing, and he was like, oh, the people whose hands are still raised. It was like, and it was like, look around and see whose hands raised, and it's like, if you're, cause he said to people, it was like, if your hand's down, I want you to look around at the people that have their hands up, and he went, just so you know, those are the psychopaths. And then he did virtual shows in 2020. And like, obviously he's drawn a tattoo for me, like he knows who I am. But he did one. And obviously one of the things he does is like, he does this like trick, like he'll figure out where something is. And he asks people a question, he works like who's lying and whatever. And obviously, because I've seen his show so many times, like he does this trick in different shows, I kind of have an idea of how it works. So I was really cautious, like when I had to answer a question, I was like, right. And he turned around and he was like, Emma, we've established you're a psychopath in previous shows. I didn't know how pathological you were as well. And just like, okay, and that's all I need. So like, I'm a pathological psychopath.
Yeah.
Everyone else is. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
I bet you this conversation was probably just like, oh, a fellow fibro person, like, let's have a chat. And I'm just like, so serial killers.
I mean, I literally said she tortures a kid in chapter 1. I love this book. I don't think that's mental stability in definition.
The Bunker Diary by Kevin Brooks. This was a book when I started working at Waterstones. Said colleague who was the same age as me got hired at the same time. She was hired by the manager. I was hired by the deputy manager that then left, and I was hated because the manager didn't want me. Anyway, we're over that conversation. So this girl, we're shelving, and she goes to me, never read this. But like, she literally turns around and almost whacks me in the face with it. She's like, never read this. And I was like, okay. And then we kind of like fell out, and like we don't talk anymore. So obviously at that point, I was like, fuck you. I'm reading that book. So I got it when I was in Paris, February 3 years ago. Oh my God. It's like, it's just so good. Like, I don't want to say anything, but like, essentially, obviously there's a bunker. This kid is like kidnapped and put in a bunker, and like, I'll say nothing else. But like, it is kind of twisted, and like, it's one of those books where you're very much just taken to this specific point in this person's life. And there's like no resolution. You just experience this thing and that's it. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, why? What happened? What's resolution? And so many people hate it. And I'm like, this is amazing. It's just, I loved it. So good. Okay, you can leave. I mean, tickets are pricey.
No, like, I think it's, fair enough.
If it's there's a crying emoji. It's not by choice. I was gonna say, if you're turning around here and being like, yeah, I don't like them, like, no.
I think the thing is, like, in Britain, I know they're far more accessible because we have a lot more like youth theatres and things and like
and Amdram and all that kind of stuff.
Pantomimes and things like that. It's far more accessible in the UK.
Like, I don't know with America. Like, I know a lot of the schools do like theatre productions, but I don't know, like here. If you're going to go and see a school show, like, it's typically because you know a kid in the school. So
although saying that, right now I would go see a school show.
I'll see a nativity play.
I don't care who the kids are, I don't care how affluent they are. I will go see it.
Bootleg of Grease that's just so bad.
Oh my god, no, my favourite thing to watch is bootleg of Heathers on YouTube. Iconic.
Oh,
that's cute.
75 years. Oh my god, there's so many comments. We are literally half an hour behind on comments. 6 hours. Well, I honestly got such a fright, right? Because like, last Christmas, like, I had got my mum and stepdad and myself tickets to Book of Mormon, which obviously, I think they just cancelled it outright. So I got a voucher, which I keep remembering. I'm like, oh, voucher, go see a show eventually. But I got an email the other day and it was like, Heathers has been like postponed. And I was like, did I? Because like, I remember I was supposed to see Book of Mormon, and then the next week I was going to see Heathers. Because like, I've never seen the movie, I haven't seen the show. I only know the song Candy Store. Like, I don't really know anything about Heathers. I know, but when I discovered it existed, I decided I wanted to wait until I could see it live. So
it's such a me and Hannah vibe, 100%, because it's so dark. Emma, you would love it. It's so your sense of humor.
Oh wait, I'll also listen to Dead Girl Walking. Like, I know I will love it, but like, have I met Barrett? I think I've met Barrett. I've met Barrett Wilburweed because she was in Mean Girls.
Yeah, I saw it with Carrie Hope Fletcher because she was playing Veronica.
Carrie. I love Carrie, but I don't love her in that role. Like, from what I've listened.
From the soundtrack, not great. Live, though, she does it amazingly.
Like, Bad Cinderella at the Royal Variety looked amazing. And, like, I listened to the song, like, on HMRC, our records show you are due a tax rebate of £346. Really? I don't fucking pay tax because I don't earn enough.
All to spend at Hannah's store.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know when it's postponed to, but I'm going to see Heathers at some point. Dutch musicals. Oh my gosh. My favorite performer. I'm going to type it in the comments because I'm going to spell. I'm definitely going to pronounce it wrong. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she is Dutch. She voiced Elsa, in the Dutch dub. Willemijn Verkijk. She was my first Elsa, and my friend and I, we went to see Wicked. We saw it, like we'd never seen it. Did the same thing I did in, like, well, it was the first time I did it. We were in London. We just went and went, hey, like, what's your cheapest musical? Wicked, okay. And we were gonna go to the stage door, but we didn't really know anyone that was in the show, and we were like, we're tired, let's just leave it. And now I'm like, I fucking love this woman. I wish I went and met her. Oh, I think she did the ghost thing in the ghost thing. She did Ghost when it was in, I was going to say when it was in Dutch. You know what I mean? Listen, I am two completely different people that merged together. And then some days I'm this one, and some days I'm that one, and some days I'm here. And I don't understand.
Just flipping that switch.
Literally, like, I re-downloaded Tinder before Christmas because I was like, I had that moment of like, I'm 24, my mum had me when she was this age, and I should probably start thinking about settling down. And then I was thinking, oh,
it's a lie, Emma. Ignore it. It's a lie.
I know.
To be fair, I feel you there, Emma.
Yeah, but you're 30.
I know. So that's why I'm so desperate. I've gone into Facebook dating.
I'm not gonna lie, I just looked
Facebook dating.
That's a brand new feature. Yeah, the great thing with it is you won't get any of your friends appear, but you can choose if you want your friends of your friends to appear. Okay. I find that more interesting than anything else because, say, for instance, a friend of Emma's appeared. I'd be like, Emma, why have you never mentioned this person? Give me the real information on this person, please. Okay. What does their profile not tell me?
Yeah, like on Tinder, though, like people will be like, so what are you looking for? And I'll be like, one, it's in my fucking bio, so you've obviously not looked at that. But I'm also like,
Hannah's found it. She's got her evening plan now.
I mean, I might just do it too.
I'm just intrigued. The thing is, like, I made a joke that I was like chatting to a Viking, and my mum was like, "He's not a real Viking," and I was like, "He has a foreign-sounding name, and he's massive. He must be a Viking."
Yeah. No, like I had one guy who was chatting to me, and he like works in the local Greggs. And the other day, I wanted to go and get a Greggs. And I was like, I can't because I ghosted him. Like, I was like, I didn't necessarily ghost him. I just sort of slowly stopped replying, which is better than just outright chatting and then nothing. But like, the amount of guys that were like, oh, maybe we could meet up. And I'm like, there's a pandemic on. No.
Yeah. Literally, like the last guy who went to me, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my next 5-star read and a really good jelly donut.
Emma, you envy people who live in cities.
I would love that to live in the woods.
Thing, right? You know those TikToks that are like, I want to be this, but I want to be this, but I want to be... That is me. Like, I want to be the cottagecore, like, forest sprite, like, Snow White person. I want to be the city bitch with the office. I mean, I don't want an office job, but like that vibe. I'm quite happy living in my small town. Like, I want all of it. And then I know I'm only 24 and there's so much life. But like, it does scare me, like how quickly time can go by. And I'm like, I physically can't be a 24-year-old doing those different things. Like, I'm going to have to be a 24-year-old and then maybe a 30-year-old and then a 40-year-old. Like, I can't have all of those aesthetics and all of those experiences at the exact same time. And it just, it gets so much. But yeah, like, I think I like city breaks. I like living, not necessarily in the middle of nowhere, although I kind of am. Like, I like living in a small town or village, but I love a city break. And I think the thing is, the last time I was anywhere, like, in a city was New York, June 2019. No, sorry, London for Yalk. But, like, in fairness, though, I did a lot more, like, wandering about the city at BookCon, because BookCon was shit, so I used to just leave. Whereas at Yalk, I was, like, in the building. So I didn't really spend much time in London itself. But, you know, like, I have been going to London for, like, weekends. I haven't so much in the last few years, but, like, a good sort of, like, 2011 is when I first went and saw Les Mis. Oh my god, it'll be 10 years this year since I saw Les Mis. What the fuck? Anyway, like, for 10 years, I was going to London, like, a couple times a year and, like, seeing shows and, like, city break type thing. And, like, obviously I didn't get that last year. And while I can be very introverted and I'm like, oh, I'm really not antisocial, but, like, you know, while I'm like, oh, I'm totally fine with being in lockdown because, like, it doesn't affect me. It does. As much as these trips and, like, going away and, like, going to Yalk and stuff drains me, I do get a lot from it. And, like, it's like this sort of backup supply that, like, as much as it's difficult for me to do those things, I need it to get going. I suppose it's like medicine. Like, medicine's nasty. You don't want to take it, but you need it. And sometimes you quite enjoy... I don't even fucking know what I'm talking about anymore. Hello, the T30. You've joined half an hour ago and experienced this. How long do you usually break between sprints?
3 hours, apparently.
And catch
in a
up.
4-hour sprint, we have read for less than an hour.
Okay, 55 minutes.
Mm.
I mean, Hannah had a food break.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed in a minute. I'm like, it's 11 o'clock. I've got to work tomorrow.
Me too.
I have 40 library books. Oh god. Never Merged So High. Give the book 4.5 stars, but just continue because everyone loves them. Reading backlist book, yeah.
Agree.
Honestly, there's a lot of books that are like new and hype that I get excited for, but like there's very few that I will like read at release. Like even Addie LaRue. Like I got my copy last week, and it's on my TBR this month, but like I keep kind of putting off because I'm just like, I don't want to be involved in the hype.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
I ain't gonna pass up on some pie.
Cute. Love pie.
You're right, the Jessica Townsend books are objectively better than the Magical School books so much. The atmosphere, I felt, okay, yeah, I can get that vibe. Like, I think what got me was a lot of people were literally saying, oh, this is Harry Potter. And I was like...
Yeah, that's what annoyed me when everyone was like, Morrigan is Harry. I was like, they're nothing
like,
alike.
People were to say, oh, this gives me the same, like, comforting vibes. Maybe this can be what I come back to. Like, fair enough, but...
Yeah, or it's like a good substitution for getting rid of a series. Percy Jackson, every time.
Jesus Christ.
Percy Jackson.
Okay, Percy. I'm not read it, but we're going Percy Jackson.
Every time. Sorry.
I mean, they've probably picked by now. Missed out in 2014.
They probably finished it by now.
Yeah, see, I like a dystopian. That's the only thing about the 2014 to 2017 books is they all have unnecessary romance, like more than they do now.
I feel that trend is not going away anytime soon.
No, but I feel like while it's still there, there's a lot of books that are like, hey, we don't have that. Or like not as intensely. Like I feel like a lot of books in that era were like, oh, we're a dystopian. We're totally not romance. It's like, no, you're a romance in a dystopian.
With a dystopian element.
Yeah, like you're not a dystopian with a romance. You're a romance in a dystopian. Verbally strong, just get stores, love bookstores, but still user. Yeah, some stores can be really uncomfortable. Like, can I help you? And you're like, I'm fine. Like, they just come on really strong, and I'm like, back off.
I can't relate. I can't relate. I'm afraid. Never been one of those stores.
Yeah, Lush. You know, the biggest. Hi, what can I get you? 10,000 bath bombs. Okay.
Emma's like, fine, as long as there's Snow Fairy.
I was about to say you have bookcases in the kitchen and the bathroom. No,
I would
everywhere.
love that. That is iconic.
Not gonna lie, like I would have a little bookcase in the bathroom for like the paperbacks I really give a shit about. One, you could use them as spare loo roll. Two, if you're caught short and you end up in the bathroom with nothing to entertain you for a while.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like how these guys just start having conversation themselves. They were like, "Fuck these lot! They're just going on about fucking serial killers." Like,
this was definitely when we were talking. This was definitely when we were all talking about theatre.
I'm Wheezy Wheeze at Duncan.
Oh, that was when me and Hannah were gushing over Law.
Don't even know if we have it here. I didn't even know we had it over here. I don't even think I've ever had a Dunkin' Donut, but I got this like frozen drink when I was at BookCon. I got it like twice because it was so fucking hot. Oh, it was fucking deadly. You said we should form a club. Oh my god, yes, we should form a club. I feel that. Although I don't have specialists. Although I do have to phone the physio, I think, this week. Or they'll take me off the waiting list. To be fair, I didn't have to wait very long, but like, I don't want to be an adult and phone them. Ugh, yeah, with you there. Not a psychopath. It's not psychopath now, it's sociopath. I have definitely heard of people still getting referred.
I was going to say, I'm just going by what he told me, and the documentary was.
As far as I know, those are two different diagnoses.
Yeah, they are. I think there was a distinction where it was a case of like you'd be a sociopath, but you'd have psychopathic tendencies, and then if you acted on it, it was psychopathy. But I think that has changed. I don't know, but what I'm going on the documentary that I watched by Channel 4 and what my friend told me from his therapist. So that's I haven't done the research.
I've literally googled psychopath v sociopath UK. And it basically says psychopaths are classified as people with little or no conscience, whereas sociopaths like do have empathy and like feel remorse and stuff. It's quite complicated.
It is. The only reason I ever distinct them is because I don't know about you guys where you study, but like for our A levels, we could pick to choose psychology or sociology. That's the only reason I remember they're two different things.
I suppose it's like with autism. Like I will meet people and they're like, "Oh, I've just been diagnosed with Asperger's," and I'm like, "You've been diagnosed with the Nazi because Asperger was a Nazi, and that's why we move away from that." Because we move away from that because he was a Nazi, but also because it implies that you have the mild autism, you have high functioning, and it's like, no, you're just autistic. But some countries will still use that as a diagnostic. The same with I was having a conversation with someone in an autism Discord group about. I can't remember how we got into it. Somebody was using the puzzle piece, and I was like, "Oh, hey, we probably shouldn't use that. Most people don't like it. Obviously, some people will." But I kind of explained the brief reasons why, and I was like, people kind of view it like person first language. Some people will want you to say, "Oh, I'm a person with a disability," but the majority of people are just say, "I'm disabled." And someone came back to me and they're like, "Oh, but I would never say I'm autistic. That sounds really static. It doesn't sound right." And we were having a conversation about it, and then eventually they turned around and were like, "Oh, well, I'm in the Netherlands and the word autistic was used as a slur, like the R word. And that's why they don't like saying I'm autistic." And I was like, well, that makes sense. That's a cultural thing. There's a difference between the countries. But so yeah, I think that's what the situation is between psychopath and sociopath. But yeah, I don't think people really get diagnosed as such with it. It's not like, oh, you're autistic, you're a psychopath. It's just you're a narcissist. It's just
I think it's you'll have tendencies, you'll be on the spectrum, there's stuff that you need to work through, basically. Because I know that it's not something necessarily that you are born as, or there are biological factors, but a lot of it can also be nurture. So Emma, I'm gonna have to skedaddle because I need to be up early to get work done. So it has been a delight, as always.
And thank you for joining me.
And if you do any more, feel free to send the link my way.
Every Tuesday.
Well, right, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Okay. So now it's just me because Robbie's buggered off somewhere. Let me catch up with comments. Don't get me started when they're like, "Oh, but you haven't came and you haven't complained about this in XYZ." And it's because you don't give a shit, so I don't deal with it. I get why you said that people don't judge me unless they think about it. It's really good. I'm trying to think back to what I said, but this was a while ago. What did I say? Yeah, I did say earlier, people under 18 shouldn't be here, so their choice. I'm getting there. Playing a few musicals, just something to go to, sorry, so many books. Fair enough. Also like concerts, great. I like a good concert. I would rather go to the theater than a concert. That's me. I think so. It doesn't matter. Spell what differently? I mean, that's taken from her Wikipedia page. Okay. I mean, I haven't seen Frozen 2. Facebook dating, yes, it does exist. How to Feel a Duke. You're the spam bot. Just so people know, the Baccaris ass people are apparently bots that just randomly come onto reading sprint streams and tell you what they're reading, but they're not actually real people, apparently. I don't know. Yeah, that is one thing. Small towns can be quite close-minded. I think I'm quite lucky, where I am, people are pretty chill. I don't know if it's because it's Scotland, I don't know if it's just my area, but it is what it is. I definitely agree though, in other places, towns are a lot more open to stuff. 5 different relationships you can. I mean, I could try. I don't think I'd get the full experience though. London is... What gets me is like there's more people like in London than there is in the entirety of Scotland. I just... Yeah, there's a lot of people. Like I think back to like times in London and in New York, and the thought of all those people, obviously having tried to avoid people intensely because of COVID. No thanks. Work from home. So obviously Hannah does her book selling stuff, so like she'll have to put orders in. She also does like freelance writing, so she'll have writing to do. Robbie works in Lush, which is obviously a retail store, but he's been doing like, I think he's been dealing with complaints or whatever online. So yeah, working from home, not actually going out places. Like technically I have work to do, like I have drawings to do. Don't wanna. Yep. I just can't when I'm reading a really good book, and then you just clock that moment when a character comes in, typically of the opposite sex, and it's immediately just like, oh, I could hear myself there. It's like, once Hannah had to go to work. No, she didn't have to go to work. She had to go to bed to go to work. Duncan's in the Netherlands. Oh, but aren't you in the US though? Yeah. So there's a big, like, that's what I'm saying. Like in the UK, I know they definitely use both. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just going by what information I'm finding, and what, obviously, like Hannah was going by what she was told by somebody who was with a psychiatrist. You guys are still here. Let's make supper, eat it, speak to family, and came back. You're still around. Yeah, we've only done 2 sprints, and I'm also starting to crash. So whether I manage to do another sprint, probably not. Hi. The Naxi just got, yeah. It's hard because like I totally understand that is a diagnosis people get, and like I don't like shit on people if they say like, oh, I've got Asperger's. Like, you know, you identify how you identify, but more so when neurotypical people are like, oh yeah, autism and Asperger's. I'm like, one, it's the same thing, and a lot of people don't know that Asperger's comes from like the Nazi thing, and like, I mean, I don't even know all the details about it, so I don't want to like go into it like I'm a vat of knowledge on it. But I do understand a lot of people, like, I don't know, it's a thing. Autistic is in fact just that way in the Netherlands, but I still own that shit. So I think you're agreeing with what I was saying on that people will say like use being autistic as like a bad thing, which I suppose they do everywhere. But yeah, somebody was like basically saying that they wouldn't say I'm autistic because it didn't sound right. Not that they wouldn't say it, but they were like, oh, that just sounds wrong because it's like used as a slur. And I was like, that's weird. But like, I say weird, like you can use person first language if you want. It's when neurotypicals or like people who aren't in the community decide to say like use that first, and it's like, I don't know, like it's kind of well known that most people don't prefer that, so it's like don't use that as default. I don't know. I don't even know. There's just too many nuances, and it's too late at night. Bye, Hannah. Bye. I planned 4 times to watch Frozen, but it got cancelled. Oh, well, I was going to say it's on Disney Plus, but you need to have Disney Plus, so that's not going to be very helpful if you don't have Disney Plus. Oh, you're in Wales. Oh, well, that explains it. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Keris is from Wales. Were you here earlier when I demonstrated my Welsh? It's my new party piece. You really asked about donuts, which I don't like to eat. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, if people want to say I'm autistic or Soda, can you get off my bookcase? Oh, thank you. I've got too many chewed up books as it is. Yeah, like people can say to themselves like I'm a person with autism, or I am autistic. Like that's cool. Like I don't understand when people try and police how other people like express themselves. Like I think fair enough having a the rat just about dived off of something. Wow. Oh my god. yeah, like there's times like I've had conversations with people and it's like, you know, people say it and like if the conversation opens up, then it's like, oh, you know, is there like, you know, I genuinely curious why people prefer it that way. But you definitely, I've seen so many like allies having a go at like actually autistic people for like how they refer, and it's like, no, like it's like when lesbians like I know lesbians who like to refer to themselves as like a dyke, and then people are like, you can't do that, and it's like they can call themselves that if they want to. Like it's not like a straight person calling them that. Like, you know, I don't get when people think it. Also, Robbie, earlier someone was very confused because you guys were working, but there's a lockdown.
Oh, yeah, working from home.
Katie's back. You've got here
Welcome
just
back, Katie.
for a wrap up. You've just missed Soda going on the book. Soda's back on the bookcase. Soda looks like she's a little bit stuck. She's coming. Nope, she's scared. Yep, Soda. So, Robbie, how is it working from home?
It's interesting because obviously, like, I don't know how it was for you ever, like when obviously working at Waterstones and then working at the wax place. When I go to work, it's like I work in a place, and then when I have a bad day or I'm stressed out, I can leave it there. And it took me a very long time to work at that. I used to take everything home with me, but now working at home, there ain't nowhere to dump that. Like you can't get away from the bad stuff. So right now, if I have something that I'm dealing with that is stressful, working in a customer service role, I just have to walk outside and scream.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
literally it. It's. I think it's one of those things. It's just, I guess, I don't want to say it's adapting to a new normal, but it's just having to adapt with the change that is going on. Because I'm hating at the moment everyone saying, "Oh, I can't wait for things to go back to normal."
Things are never
Because at the
going
end
to
of
go
the
back
day,
to normal.
I think we're always going to be in like almost like a 2.0 version of what was normal, and just being patient with people while they learn. What is going on with Soda?
Where are you? I've lost her now. Where are you? Ma'am? Oh, fuck knows where she's gone. I think she's like bolted it. Oh, you're behind the cage now? Yeah. Because you know you're in trouble. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get rats, they said. It's fun, they said. They won't destroy your shit. No one said. Was looking for sprints and found you guys. Well, Peyton, I might do one more. Do you know what? I keep saying that. I think we all know that once Emma's caught up with comments and finished up, I don't think I'm reading it anymore. However, you can rewind 4 hours and there's only 2 sprints. Listen, it's my first proper weekly sprint. Like, we're getting there. We have a lot to talk about. Rat. Hello.
Hello.
So cute. Soda, how did you get down? I swear to God. Relaxation room and getting work done room. Oh, I wish. This is my relaxation room.
Same.
That is my desk. This is also my drawing zone. So yeah, I just work from bed. My armchair is eventually going to come here once I've like figured out where everything goes, but yeah, there's on it. Oh, that's the one thing as well. Like, if you're not well, I mean, school was a nightmare for me. Like, I was never feeling very well. But I feel like if you're not feeling well and you're well enough to like go into school or wherever you're studying, you can sort of focus differently because you're there. But when you're at home, like especially like for me, like if I'm having a bad day, obviously I'm working from my bed. So if I don't feel well and I'm lying in my bed, my brain is instantly like, no, let's just sleep. So like, yeah, I totally I'd say I sympathize, but this absolutely beautiful piece is from a friend of mine from drama school. She is Flowers That Last Forever on Facebook. She's based in Edinburgh, and I don't know what the like shipping situation is because obviously they're obviously fake flowers, but it's like a 3D thing, so I don't know if you can like get them shipped. But I will leave a link. What is a rat doing? Jesus. I will leave it out because there's stuff she does. This is the large one in the mason jar, but she does medium sized ones and smaller ones as well. And like some of them are in vases and just beautiful. Yeah, my like mental health and undiagnosed autism caused me to leave Waterstones because that was just a vat of stress. We're not even going there. And I did have a little job with my neighbours, working 6 hours a week. But then COVID stopped that. And then I've been caring for my gran, had to move in here with her. And then I just started my art business. And like, luckily, because I care for my gran and because disabilities, I'm kind of covered financially. So I can just kind of do my art kind of on the side. But it's a bit frustrating. Like, while I've gotten used in the last like 4 years to like not having to like get up and go to work, I do kind of struggle without having that sort of reason, you know. Like before I could be like, oh well, you know, if I do stuff, I can go to the theater this month. Whereas I'm like, I can buy myself books, but I can do that anyway. Yeah, it's not great. Like, I've noticed because I'm like on my bed in the same position like every day, it's draining. Like my mom said that to me. She was like, "Are you sure you want your armchair here? Because it's going to sit like in front of the bookcase." And I was like, "Well, it's easy enough to move out the way when I want into the bookcase, but it just means I get to sit. One, it's going to be better for my back, but it just gets me somewhere different." So
And that's all it is. Like when you are at the moment trapped essentially between four walls, just any variation will just help spice that up.
yeah, like one of the reasons that I spend so much time up here, one, it's quieter. My grandma's the TV so loud, but it does mean like for me that when I go downstairs to have a cup of tea with her in some evenings, it's different. And for both of us, it's different. So we get that sort of like, oh, this is nice. And same like a couple nights a week, if that, like maybe once a week, she'll come up the stairs and she'll come and sit on my bed and like watch the rats for it. This is the woman that didn't want me to get rats. And it just gives us a little bit of a difference, you know, because we can't really like we can go to my mum's house and like see the dog. But I know my grand's a little bit wary about leaving the house. She'd rather my mum came here. So, because like we're in like a support bubble, because obviously while I'm my grand's carer, Soda, she's actually trying to open the tube of rat paste. Like, swear to God. So yeah, like because we're like I need support for some things that my gran also needs support with. So it's really complicated. The confusion that we went through trying to work out what like we were allowed to do, like we didn't, because obviously it was better for me to move in here to be with my gran. But we were like, does that mean that like we're not allowed? My mum said it was so confusing.
Yeah.
Oh, see, bipolar is something that I've like queried, but obviously being autistic, when you try and get like other sort of psychological what are they called, like personality, those sort of disorders, it can be really just like confusing. And a lot of people are just like I know a lot of women, I think, get diagnosed with bipolar before they get diagnosed autistic and stuff. Like there's something, like there's just so many different things. And it's like part of me wants to sit down and get completely psychoanalyzed and have them be like, right, we think you have this condition and this and this. But then the energy, like at the minute, it's more just a curiosity rather than like a necessity to get help. Like the main things that affect me are autism and ADHD. So I'm like, well, I know about those so I can kind of deal with it, but I keep it in my head just in future. It is really weird when you look at all your symptoms written down. Like when I was going for I wasn't even a fibro assessment, it was for Ehlers-Danlos, but I was writing down symptoms and stuff, and I was like, you know, that's a lot. Like, and then it's like you see it written down and you're like, oh my God, like that sounds really bad. And then for me, it's like I don't feel like I'm suffering as bad as I should be. And then it's like you realize that, you know, you live with it, so you have to deal with it, and that's just how it is. But I mean, at least you've been writing them down and, you know, getting seen, you know, and I'm glad your doctor's great. Switch between stomach aches. A lot of that, like your physical ones, sound like stress related, but then it could be stress related because you're stressed about how you're feeling. It's just, I'm not even going to attempt to work through it. Like, obviously, you've got your doctor, but Hi, Siobhan. You've literally jumped in right at the end because I'm tired and the rats are going fucking crazy, so I need to round them up. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, good. You're. Oh, wait, where's Sneak? Oh god, don't do this. Okay. Well, thank you all for joining my first Tuesday sprints. I would apologize that we didn't read more, but like, do I care? No, I had a good time. If you weren't having a good time, you wouldn't be here. No one ever. Where are you going? Oh, fucking rats going everywhere. um, yeah, aren't we always, Tamar? Like, it's fine. We're gonna go to sleep soon. So yeah, like I think it's gonna take a couple weeks, or at least a week or two, of me just kind of getting a vibe, and then I'll finally figure out. Like once I get, thing is, I feel a little bit weird during sprints. Like when the timer goes on, and I'm reading, I'm always a bit like, whoa. Especially when you're hosting, like I feel like you have to pay more attention. So like once I get a bit more used to it, we'll probably sprint more. But I've also just like not spoken to people. Like I feel like I haven't had a conversation in so long. Like it's been like a month. So I just needed a chat today. I think that's what I needed. Maybe I got my sneaky sprints, which are like my like surprise reading sprints that I just kind of do as and when. Maybe I need to make up like some sort of chatty sprints. So I'm just not even chatty sprints, just like conversational lives or something. I don't know. But Hannah, who was here earlier, her channel will be linked below, as will Robbie's. So go check them out. And if you want any books, make sure to go to Hannah's. Well, I'm going to go to her website. She doesn't have one yet. Just go to Hannah, ask Hannah for books. I'm so glad you were here for the full thing. That is a whopping 4.5 hours view time for me. Oh, but no, I hope you guys had fun. I hope we all had a nice discussion. Don't be scared. I'm scared now. No, I'm kidding. That's fine.
That would be me.
Like, don't be scared, okay? Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, it's so funny because like I'm tired, and like obviously I know when this live ends, Robbie and I'll talk for a bit, and then that'll disappear, and then I'll be on Twitter for like 3 hours. But it's really tiring, like entertaining the masses. You know, it's really hard to be such an icon. But yeah, I guess I don't know what time I'm going to sprint next Tuesday. It could be the same time. It might be earlier. I don't know. Probably the same time. So yeah. I hope you guys can go and get some reading done because this is not the place to to do your reading. Clearly, I think I read 30 pages in 4.5 hours. Don't be read with nothing.
I read 40 pages.
Okay, well you finished 2 books today as well, so you're fine.
I'm very happy with that.
Oh, thank you. We know it was just the rats and the cat that you liked. No, that's Katie. But no, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Anything you want to plug, Robbie?
I have a read-along announcement going up on Thursday for a brand new read-along.
Even I don't know what this is about, or maybe I do and I've just forgot.
No, you do not. I'm actually being quiet about something for once.
Oh my goodness. Well, that is exciting. So yeah, thanks for joining me, especially everyone who stayed the whole ride or most of the ride. Y'all are the true VPs, the VPs. And yeah, we'll see you later.